T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target.
Monday.com
for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Cut off to a slow start today. Only 21.7 thousand shares traded in volume so far. I mean, we still have another hour. We could probably hit like 30K or so. And then if it doubles that, we're looking at 60K for the day, which is really pretty low. That's probably, let's see. That's in the range of probably a 40 to 60 million traded shares for the day tops. What do we know about low volume days? It's really easy for the price to go up and down. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening here. I'm going to have to step away for just a minute. I need to go make sure that my son woke up for school. So I'll be right back. Give me just 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to start refreshing screens here. We'll go over the technicals for the morning. Max pain is increasing. Max pain is increasing. I am rebooting my computer this weekend. I got a couple system issues that I need to fix desperately. Oh wow, I got NASDAQ to work. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go down to about here for options. Alright, let's look everything over. Some screens changed and some did not. There we go. Oh, look at that. As soon as I updated NASDAQ to a dark screen, it went away. Wouldn't you know it? 127.7. It's still the same. But it just does not want me to run that in the dark mode. What if I did that? Yeah, I guess that works. Okay. Let's check everything out here. Gonna have to change up True Demons information. Looks like it's dropped down to 299 short exempt volume. Utilization, I don't think that's updated quite yet. Let me verify. Yep, it has updated. Wait, yep, it has updated. 90.8. That's dropped. So, I don't know if you guys noticed or not yesterday. It dropped about 2%. I'm going to have to change the color on that one. I don't know if you guys noticed what the final borrowing amount was for the day yesterday, but it was 4.25. Pretty hefty. And day-over-day price increase. I'll change that in just a minute. Actually, I can change it right now. No, I can't. I don't have the information up on my screen. We'll change that in just a second. That's not the day-over-day price increase. We had a positive day yesterday. I don't remember exactly how much it was. Anyways, short exempt volume 299,000, utilization 90.8, and we'll change the day-over-day price increase in just a minute here. Total institutional ownership is 127.7 million. Max pain for options is 42. So it went from 40 on, well, I guess it would have been, was that Tuesday? No, Wednesday. Wednesday it was at 40, 41 yesterday, and now 42 today. So they're stepping it up here. Dark pools traded yesterday, according to what I've got right here on the side. It's saying 63.45. I don't know if you remember or not. Yesterday I was saying that we add about 5% to that, and that gives you about what basically it's gonna show up on Stonko Tracker. And sure enough, Stonko Tracker says 68.9. Add 5% to 63, that'd be 68.45. So real close. I'm just gonna basically read 5% more every time I read dark pools. I'm just gonna add 5% to it. Because I think the two NYSE ARCA is 4.28 and National is not up there. NYSE National was 0.15. Yeah, so it's close. I don't know. I'm just going to add 5% to that number every single time and say that's going to be what it is, based off of what Stonko Tracker reports. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 17.96. Nice and high up there. Let's look at our open interest. What is our open interest at? Oh yeah, shares on loan. Did you guys see that? It went from 106 to 111.94. 106 to 111. That's over 5 million shares. We had a nice jump in that. We'll pull up Vortex here in just a minute, and I'll show you guys the graphs. Let me pull up my notepad, and we're going to get the open interest on the short positions and the long positions, the calls and the puts. Let's see here. 28.1 for 50. So it went from 27.9 to 28.1. It just ever so slightly eked up. Not by much. On the put side, the highest amount of open interest is moved down to 38. Oh, it's still at 38. Okay. It was 10.2 yesterday, and it's now 11.6 now. So that one just barely eked up too. So still a spread of $12 between the open volume on calls and puts. Now for the fun stuff. They borrowed a lot of shares yesterday, guys. A lot of shares. All right, here's what we got. I want you guys to see the difference here. This is pretty intense. I haven't figured it out yet, but we're going to look at it together. All right, so yesterday they had, the last that I had seen was they had borrowed 4.25. I think it might have been higher. I didn't get on at the very end of the day. I gotta change this to Thursday. So I went ahead and wrote down 4.25. That was the last thing that I had seen. It could have been more. It had to be more because they obviously went from 106 to 111. So shares on loan. On the calculator, we're going to take 111.94000 divided by our utilization, which is 0.9080, which tells us that there's 123 million shares available to borrow. That is up from 114, so they added nearly 10 million shares available to borrow yesterday. That's a lot. That's a lot of shares that they had to go out and start, asking to borrow shares. 123.2. So we take this number here, we subtract the amount of shares on loan, and you get 11.341. So I'm going to transfer this number right here over here. Call it Thursday. And this new number is now 11.341. This is why utilization is down. It has nothing to do with the fact that the utilization actually went down. It has entirely to do with the fact that they had to go out and seek out more shares to be lent. So the fact that we're at 111 shares on loan currently, they did some massive borrowing, which means that they probably got a lot of failure to delivers that they have to start covering for. The question is will they be borrowing more today? What kind of day is today going to be? So let's look how that impacts the graphs here. So utilization, obviously it went down, right? We were at 92.8. We dropped down to 90.8. So we dropped 2%, but only because of the fact that they found more shares to be lent, which is going to decrease the cost to borrow. The on loan amount jumped up significantly. Remember, I told you this is going to start going up because they're going to start borrowing more shares. When they start borrowing more shares, the on loan average age per day is going to start dropping. Yep, there it is. Sure enough. The more shares that they start borrowing, the more these two values are going to start pinching and coming back together. Once these start to diverge is when you're going to see something similar to what we had back here, right? They separated, then they diverged, and you have your failure to delivers that happen after that point. So failure to delivers are stacking up now. They're going to start stacking up. We'll have to wait and see when on loan average age per day drops to the lowest that it gets to. But at the peak of this value, we got up to 57.53. Over here, it was 57.9, so almost exactly identical value, just a little bit lower, which means our next spike up in price could very well be roughly around the same amount. And it could be happening within a week or two. 7 to 14 business days. Not from yet. It's from when we get to the bottom of this value. Whenever it gets down to whatever it gets to, and then it starts to trend back up. But we've started. We've started the process of moving down, and that's what triggers these big price increases. So it's coming. It is coming. Stonko tracker, 0 shares available to borrow. 4.6 in the ETFs. Looks like they had about 650,000 that they could have borrowed. So they borrowed about 650,000, returned some about 1.6 million shares back to the ETFs. Actually, more than that. It was 1.8 million shares they returned to ETFs. But they started borrowing these shares right here, basically to start probably to keep the price from going out of control today. $43,000 contracts in the money for the calls, 113,000 out of the money for the puts. I want to see this number go down. I definitely want to see that happen. And of course, the only way that's going to happen is by the price going up. Again, just to reiterate, dark pool percentage 68.9, almost 70%. Think about that for just a minute. I mean, we only had, let's see, what was our total volume for yesterday? Total volume for yesterday was, I had predicted between 60, let's see, my notepad says what I predicted yesterday. I had predicted between 60 and 80. Our total volume was 67.8. So I was right in there. Yeah, so I mean, we only traded 67.8 million shares, but yet they put 70% of them into the dark pools, nearly 70%, which is that's astronomical for such a low volume day. If we have a high volume day coming up, it's going to be a slaughter fest. It will be an absolute slaughter fest. All right, let's see how the rest of the market's doing here. 4,154 advancers to 2,482 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.14. The Dow Jones is up 0.37, and the S&P 500 is up 0.31. I'm not seeing any massive red areas in the sectors that are listed here. On a 1-hour time scale, we are still trending inside this big triangle that I had created. So we'll have to see if that's true, if it holds true today. If it does, we'd have to stay at least above 44.50 by the end of today to stay within this triangle. But we're nearing the end of this triangle starting Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, which should lead to our big price push. At least the beginnings of it. And it will be the 1, 2, 3. If we can touch the top again in a fourth, that'll be our fourth time touching out. If we were able to push into that range. Robinhood is up 0.56%. Amazon is up 0.16%. Cinemark up 0.23%. Doge is pretty much breaking even. GameStop is pretty much breaking even, and we are down 0.79%. Our RSI on a 1-hour interval is 45, so it's on just a little below average. 30 minutes. 30-minute interval, RSI is 47.16, which is just below average. Meaning the price, the lower this number goes, it means it's more oversold, meaning that there's going to be a price turnaround. On a 5-minute interval, it's 42.64. So all the indicators for RSI on intervals for 5 minutes, 30 minutes, and 1 hour are all below average, meaning that there's going to be more buying pressure than selling pressure. But they still have plenty of room to move down, though. So it's kind of like in the middle. There's not a whole lot of buying pressure, but there is some. I think I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna trash these Fibonacci's. I kind of want to find one for where we're at, and I think I'll just use. This is really close in the past history. I like that a lot. That looks really good. And I'm not sure if we're going to go up or down in price, so I'd like to try and find something that's going to support whatever movement we're going to do. Let's try this right here. Let's see how that holds up. That looks pretty good. Got a little overlapping here on some of these, but it's okay. It's not terrible. All right. Well, that's where we stand. Good morning, John. Good to see you here. What's going on with the borrowed shares? I think that they're being used to, they're more than likely using those to cover failure to delivers that are, we can't see those right now because they only get reported out like the previous last month out. So we're always running like 15 days behind. In fact, I'll pull the data back up over here. I don't know if you saw the beginning. I was just talking about this just a little bit ago, but we're having a convergence of these two lines like I was talking about, right? So they diverged, they went up, and then and now there's a turnaround. So this is what I was saying yesterday. They're using these shares, they're borrowing shares to cover failure to delivers. So if I pull up the failure to delivers up here, you'll see that same thing happening back here when we had our last price hike up. It diverged and then they pinched back together. Then you start seeing failure to delivers just massively growing as those two lines started to diverge, which is what's happening right now. So you can't see the failure to delivers, but they're stacking up right now, and so they're borrowing more shares right now to pay off those failure to delivers to kick the can down the road. Every time somebody talks about them kicking the can down the road, this is what they're talking about. So they're borrowing massive amounts of shares to keep those off the books. They don't want to go on a rig show again. But I do want to mention that, let's see, if we go back and we look at, what's the shares on loan and utilization. So right now our utilization is currently at 90.8. Way back here, utilization, let's try the spot right here. Real close between these 2 days. Let me look for another spot. Well, I really want to just look at, because we can use the information that we have to look to see how many shares were available to loan in the past history on a certain day. So I'm trying to find something that's like in the 90% range, where we might have like a price increase. We'll just use this one right here. Utilization's pretty high at this point though. But you'll see that on loan they had 138 million shares on loan. So if we start to see this on loan amount start to spike up into the 130s again, we know that they're in trouble, and that the price is going to start spiking up, because that's how high it was last time, before it dropped off, before the on loan amount dropped off, and the price started to settle back down from the huge price increase in June. Excuse me. But utilization was super high. So we know it like there's a range, there's a limit, right? It seems like the amount that they can borrow starts becoming the max out at around 138, 140 million shares, somewhere right around there. And right now we're only at 111, but it's spiking up quick. I mean, we just took a jump from 106 to 111. If we have another day like that today, we'll probably see another green day today, and that'll lead into next week, where the amount of on loan shares increases more and more as they're covering for failure to deliver and trying to keep the price in check. Hopefully that answers the question. And Stonk Tracker is showing that they just put back the 0% or 0 shares borrowed or available to borrow is just gone back to 300,000. So they borrowed some shares and then returned them. So this is the shuffle game. So I see on Reddit people are saying once we break 48.50, we're ripping straight into triple digits. And of course, what they're talking about right here, and this is posted by Hot Brief 779 on Reddit. What they're talking about here is what I would think that they're talking about is that triangle that I have posted up here, where we've tested 48. I think it's basically 48.50 3 times. Oh, come on, Weeble. There you go. So this is the number they're talking about right here. It's like basically 48.50 right here. This line that goes across the top. We've tested it once, twice, 3 times in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-day span, which we're probably going to test again here coming up soon. And on the 4th time, we probably break out. So that's what they're pointing out, I think, as a possible price jump in the near future. I am seeing. So I had made mention of this, I think yesterday. This looks like an inverted head and shoulder, or actually it's not inverted. It's a normal head and shoulder. So shoulder, head, shoulder. Only this shoulder didn't make it back up to the price that it should have. So I think it didn't complete the signal. So it should have come down and then came back up to perhaps around at least $45, and it didn't. It didn't quite make it there. Looks like the highest it made was 44 and a half, but it's okay. I think it is okay to have a lower shoulder on the back side, which this would be a bearish indicator, which would mean that the price should start dropping at this point. However, I don't know if that's going to happen. We are really low volume right now. Still waiting for 7 o'clock to roll around to see what we get for total volume. I'm going to guess that it's going to be somewhere around 140,000 by 7 a.m. maybe, which is low. It's going to be a low. It's going to be a low volume day today. We're looking at probably somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares traded for the day today. So definitely a low volume incoming. I was struggling this morning with a title for today. I feel like I say that a lot, but I did title it "Eat My Shorts, Man." I don't know, for those of you who are old school, you might remember Bart Simpson used to say that. They can eat my shorts, that's for sure. Oh, hold on a second here. All right. Eat my shorts, man. Somebody posted up 5.51 million shares traded last night. So the highest number that I got was 4.25 before I went to bed. but I'm seeing somebody posted 5.51, which I'm going to go ahead and put down because that seems definitely reasonable. As we did increase from like 106 to 111, that seems about right. 5.51 would have been about right. The interesting thing is that they borrowed 11 million shares yesterday, and there was only 8.23 million shares available. So they borrowed 100%. Utilization at some point yesterday would have been really close to maxed out. But of course, they found more shares available to borrow. It's now up. The total amount of shares available to borrow right now is at 123.2, meaning that there's 11 million shares left to borrow. So if they go for another 11 million shares today, like they did yesterday, then that's going to put them dang near utilization rate back to where it was, in the close to 100 percentile range. But I'm sure they can find more. As we already pulled up, the charts, and we're seeing that what does it look like? 140, I think it was 138. Yeah, we'll just say 140. It seems like 140 is probably pretty close to as much as they could probably find to borrow. Yeah. No, there was a time where we had 155. Utilization was at 100% at that range. So we'll say I'm gonna put that down, and I'm gonna put that down in my notes that the maximum amount max out 155. So we're getting up there. 155 is the amount of shares that were on loan just before the June squeeze. Maybe about May, beginning of Mayish. So that's maybe what we're heading back towards. Yeah, I don't think anybody really seems to know why it is that they're borrowing so much right now. It does seem to be a common mystery. I think a lot of people assume that they're always used for shorting the stock, but that's not the case. They're also used to pay off failure to delivers, which is ironic because they're just borrowing more to pay down previous shares that were on loan. So it's a recycling method. Typically speaking, when we do see low amounts of shares being borrowed, we know that it's going to be a short ladder attack incoming. So they can also be used for that as well. It's not like they could be borrowing these for two different reasons. Now here's one person that's showing 5.55 million shares borrowed. I don't know what to. Yeah, I'll go with that. 5.55. I really need to start checking my stuff after 7 p.m. my time and looking at it and then writing it down. So China's starting their own global market exchange. That's news. Yesterday, when Adam came onto the show and started talking about that, I quite honestly thought that Citadel already had, or sorry, Citadel, that China had already had their own exchange, a global market exchange going. I find this interesting. Suitable spread 4633 wrote, everyone should watch The Big Short. That is my homework for this weekend. I am watching it this weekend, I promise. That is going to be a project of mine for sure. Besides rebooting my computer, I'm going to be watching The Big Short. I need to see that. It's been on something I've been wanting to watch, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere. Let's see if we had any 13F reports from AMC. Nope, still 8:30. Nothing new listed up yet. Check the media and see if there's anything there. News. Top analysts on why AMC is headed to $6 a share. USA Today is reporting 3 Robinhood stocks investors can't get enough of: AMC, Walt Disney, and GoPro. Well, it looks like Matt Kors made a comment on the CNBC. It looks like it's a play video. I don't want to watch it. I'm good. Pass. I just want to point out that the last time that Citadel filed a 13D or 13G report was 8/26, which is quite a while ago. Silvercrest Acquisition Corp was the last one. These SPACs are getting far and few in between. Okay, so let's figure out who Silvercrest Acquisition Corp is. More Cayman Islands blank check companies. Yep. Well, I really hope they get caught in something sticky on these. Cayman Islands. Silvercrest Acquisition Corp is regulated by the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission and incorporated in the state of the Cayman Islands. Silvercrest Acquisition Corp is primarily in the business of blank checks for financial reporting. Their fiscal year ends on December 31st. Interesting. Looks like they've been... The earliest report that I'm seeing is 2020 10/9 is a registration statement. There's an IPO investment prospectus that happens on 12/23 of 2020. They have a merger prospectus that was filed back on 8/19 of 2021, so not too far long ago. Let's see what I can find in the news on this company. So it looks like it says Tim Hortons China to go public and 1.7 billion SPAC deal. The company running the Chinese business of iconic Canadian coffee shop chain Tim Hortons agreed to go public through a merger with blank check company Silvercrest Acquisition Corp. The transaction will give Tim Hortons China a NASDAQ listing and the value of the business at about 1.69 billion including debt. Silvercrest said in a regulatory filing Monday, which confirmed an earlier Bloomberg News report. The parties were nearing an agreement. The deal is expected to close in the fourth quarter. You know, I'm going to throw on my tinfoil hat here for a second. And I don't know if Adam was talking, if this is what Adam was trying to say yesterday, but if the Chinese government is going to open their market to a global market, One of the things he was saying is where are the rich people going to start putting their money to avoid a crash in the American economy? It might be wise to invest into a new global market based out of China. Just saying. Wouldn't that be something? That's actually pretty scary. Hmm. That is really scary. I can't tell when you're on here, John, and when you're not on here. For some reason, I really wish one of the things that YouTube did was that they showed you who the users were that were watching. That would be really kind of helpful because if I wanted to talk to somebody, I could see if they were actually here or not. Sometimes I get lucky and they're here, and sometimes not. Let's see. This was filed 8/27, so it's a little old. NSCC has proposed to increase the minimum required fund deposit for each member of the current from the current 10,000 to 250,000. NSCC has received regulatory approval of the proposed rule change SR NSCC 2021-005 on August 11th, 2021. Oh wow, NSCC is providing this notice to its members of the implementation and effective date September 3rd, 2021. On the morning of the effective date, members with a fund deposit below 250,000 will incur a deficit that will require funding by 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The full text of the rule filing may be obtained. So yeah, so today they increase from 10,000 to 250,000. Does it say? It just says all participants. Okay, here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Coming in at 43. Less than what I thought. We might be lucky to break 100. Yep, we just did. 101. 101,000 shares traded by 7 a.m. Ooh, that is low. Yep, I'm sticking to 40 to 60 today. Maybe I should do 50 to 70. No. What was yesterday's volume? 67? I almost hit it right smack dab in the middle yesterday. Yep. Beyond the South, good morning. Welcome to the channel. Let's see here. I think I'm going to go with a volume prediction for the day today at about probably between 40 and 60 million shares. The 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is pretty low. You know, typically speaking, on a really good day, I'd like to see 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. And right now we're standing at 101,000 shares. So we're looking at a low volume day today, 40 to 60 million tops. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have some kind of spike up, you know, midday or something like that that would cause something, you know, unusual to happen. But based off of our current rate of trading, I would be expecting low volume. So low volume equals high volatility in price, right? It can go both up and down. More likely down than up, but typically speaking, low volume days are down days. So we'll see what ends up happening. I do want to see us close above $44 so that we can have a strong week next week. See what happens. Beyond the South, so here's the deal. Here's what happens. Every morning, I come up with a volume prediction. I'm pretty close to getting it right most of the time. If not, I'm off by a little bit. So I give myself about a 20 million, depending on how low the volume is or how high the volume is. If it's low, I give myself about a 20 million spread. The higher that it gets, I give myself a 30 million spread. It's more difficult to predict the higher volume days than it is the low volume days. But at this point in time, right now we're trading pretty low at 102,000 shares since 7 a.m. Normally, just for the fun of it, I've got me and three other admins of this group who we do price predictions, which we're not doing this week. I was on vacation this last week, and we're going to start that back up next week, and it's just for fun. We just like to try and keep our minds sharp, and based off of the technical analysis that we do, and so we just kind of come up with price predictions, what we think the price is going to end at by the end of the day, and we try to beat the system and see if we can get and kind of come up with a guess of where we're going to be, and it's just for fun. Some people pop in the mornings and we'll put in their price quote for the day. If I had to give one today, I would say that we're probably looking at somewhere between, based on the low volume, it could get kind of nasty. We give ourselves about a $3 range to guess within, and I would say today that I would say it's probably going to be somewhere around like probably straight across the board is what I would look at. I think we're going to kind of have a break-even day today, so I would say somewhere between like 43 and 46. But I do want to mention that I am the worst. I am the worst of the four of us at these price predictions. So take what I have to say with a grain of salt. Eric, who's part of the group, he has a much better ratio of guessing these. So a lot of times what we do is we use the calls. Oh, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. Speaking of which, it's time to look at the stats. Nothing to really update or refresh on the stats screen page here. Day over day price, I do need to adjust that for True Demons. Let me fix that real quick here. Yesterday we had a 1.58% increase in price. That is now updated. So right above my head, you're going to see short exempt volume. Price prediction tallies, obviously we aren't doing this week, so those are not We all have zeros there. True Demons MOAS trigger short exempt volume was only 300,000 as of yesterday. Utilization 90.8%. Utilization is down 2% from yesterday, and the only reason it's down is due to the fact that they found more shares to borrow. The amount of shares that were available to borrow yesterday was 8.2 million. I'm sorry, I should reverse that a little bit. Well, there was 8.2 million shares left to borrow yet as of yesterday. Today there's 11.34 million shares for a total of 123 million shares that they can borrow. Yesterday I believe it was like 111. So they found about 12 million shares out there to borrow, which decreased our utilization. So even though they borrowed an amazing, what was it, 5.55 million shares yesterday, they still, the utilization went down because they found so many extra shares to be able to borrow. Having said that, let me refresh Vortex real quick here. Okay, having said that, they are on a borrow rampage right now. Not rampage. Rampage would be like 2 or 3 million already. They've already borrowed 200,000 shares for this morning. That is new, so let me type it in. Estimated short share interest of the free float is at 18%. This is all below me, down, straight down. And you'll see that the shares on loan is 111.94 million. So that increased from 106 yesterday to 111 today, which is pretty high. It's a big jump. It's a pretty big jump. The open interest on the options, our call side on the strike price of 50 is 28.1. It's pretty high. I'm actually really surprised that that's still kind of like the leader in open interest. I kind of would have thought that it would have moved down to maybe like 40, I don't know, 40, 46, 45 range. But it looks like at 45, the highest amount of open interest there is 14. So it's like it's half the amount that is open at 50. On the put side, $38 is the highest amount of volume with 11.6 open contracts. Max pain is 42. As long as we can keep today's price over 42, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the short positions the most. So that is the max pain amount. Let me get rid of this down here. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and drag over Stonk Tracker, and we can take a look at that real quick. We got 350,000 shares available to borrow. The ETFs have increased, so they are indeed returning shares. They're returning shares because they have a lot of failure to delivers out there. So, this number, this 350,000 was zero a little bit earlier. It's not reflected. Let me see if I refresh this, if it pops up. There it is. There's the zero right there. So they had borrowed all the shares and then they started returning shares. Not only did they start returning shares here, but they started, ETFs were at 2.8 at one point this morning. Now it's up to 5.5. So they're starting to return shares to, they're borrowing shares to pay off failure to delivers from the past. And you probably are saying or thinking in your head, how can you prove this? And it's very simple. Pulling up Vortex over here and looking at it, I can show you that the on loan average age per day is starting to decrease, while the on loan amount is starting to increase, right? So the age of the loans is going down, but the amount of loans that are being borrowed is going up. And that's exactly how you figure it out. You can say, okay, well, they're borrowing shares right now to cover some of the older loans that they had from the past. So, and as we start to see these numbers converge, we get something like we had back here, right? You see these how they kind of diverged right here, and then they started coming back together. Now, if I pull up failure to delivers, boom. As soon as these numbers start to come back together across, you start seeing failure to delivers go skyrocketing. So that's what we're looking at, is they have a bunch of failure to delivers that they're trying to cover for right now. Old loans that are hurting their books. So they're borrowing a lot of shares right now to try and cover those failure to delivers. But what happens when they do that? What happens is the price starts to increase. So when we see this on loan average age per day start bottoming out, whatever number it gets to down here, and it bottoms out 7 to 15 days after, business days after that, is where we're going to see a good price increase, and it's held up over time. It happens very consistently. There's only been one time where it hasn't happened, and the only thing that I can hypothesize is that it was right during the time when AMC sold shares to basically diluted the shares, and they used some of those to cover their positions. So it made it much easier for them to be able to cover, but at the same time, it dug a bigger hole for themselves. I'll move this back to the side. Uh, 44,000 contracts in the money for the calls, with 118,000 out of the money on the puts. I really do want to see this number go up, but it's going to have to, our price is going to have to get up there. The highest amount of, I'm going to take us back to the other screen. The highest amount of open interest that's going to really help us out is going to be 45 bucks. There's 14,000 there. If we can get above 45, we'll be doing really good. I want to see us to stay above 44. It's a good number to stay above going into next week. 45 would be ideal. Looking at the rest of the market. Advancers 4,154 to 2,482. Decliners, the Nasdaq is up 0.14, the Dow Jones is up 0.37, and the S&P 500 0.31. I don't feel like this is updating. I need to refresh it. Let me see if it does anything. Well, maybe it is accurate. Robinhood is up 0.43 in the pre-market, Amazon 0.18, Cinemark 0.7, Doge is up 1.2, GME is down 0.37, and we are down 0.74 in the pre-market. On a 1 hour interval, our RSI is at 45, which is just below average. The lower this number goes, the more buying, the more buying pressure we have. On a 30-minute interval, the RSI is at 47.62. 50 is average. Anything below 50 is below average. Anything above 50 is above average. It ideally wants to stay between 30 and 70. Anything below 30 is oversold, which means there's going to be a lot of buying pressure. Anything higher than 70, it means that it's overbought and it's going to have a lot of selling pressure. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 47.24. Now, obviously, based off of what I've been learning from my buddies, my admins, they've told me that the 1 hour and 30 minutes time scales are kind of like what you ideally want to base your RSI off of. It's more, it has like a broader picture of what, I guess, it's a better time scale to be looking at when you're trying to look at RSI. Relative Strength Index is what that stands for. I got creaky doors. And that is the technical analysis. I wrapped it up there in about 10 minutes. Not bad. That's what I got for you guys. Beyond the South, I don't know if you're still watching or not. If you are, I am on live for the entire market day I start the show at 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m., which is basically market close my time. And you're welcome to just stop on by and visit when you feel like it. I'm here. I'm always here. Always, except when I took a trip. I think people were. I think they were jonesing for me to come back. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Yesterday we finished inflow versus outflow. Inflow was 656 versus outflow of 659 over here on the right hand side of the page, which means we had a 3-point spread or 3 million spread between inflow versus outflow, and yet we still closed up 1.58. Sheely, good morning. Good to see you back. And I have not seen anything on the news today. Here we go. 42 minutes ago, AMC stock, the smart money keeps missing. Oh, I want to read this one. I hope it doesn't block me. Come on, come on. Frozen. Okay, AMC stock, the smart money keeps missing. Recently, Macquarie's analysts downgraded AMC stock to underperform based on fundamentals. But is Wall Street looking at future share price performance through the right lenses? That is the question. Wall Street analysts bearish on AMC stock runs counter to the so-called meme stock frenzy. Shares of the movie theater operator recently rallied from early August, rising 21%, but then the stock dropped 6% in only 2 days following the latest sell-side downgrade. Today we argue that the Wall Street's bearishness misses the point on what could drive AMC stock performance going forward. The latest bear take. Based on the average of 5 Wall Street analysts who offered 12-month price targets on AMC stock in the last 3 months, share price should be about $8 with the highest projection set at 16 and the lowest at 1. That just makes me laugh. Eat my shorts, man. Currently, AMC shares are valued much higher at around $44. The most recent Wall Street take came from Macquarie's Chad Benyon. He downgraded the stock from neutral to sell with a price target of $6. The analyst seems to believe that the movie lineup for the rest of this year is looking weak and states that box office revenues for the next 2 years should remain below pre-pandemic levels. He also argues that financial leverage is still a problem while AMC managed to raise $2 billion in liquidity and refinance some debt. The bottom line remains under pressure. Missing the point. Arguably, AMC analysts have been doing their jobs to analyze the company and its stock from a business fundamentals perspective. But how much does their work really matter at this point, in the face of the stock that clearly trades on different factors altogether? Ideally, an opinion on AMC should take into consideration and not underestimate retail investors' ability to support very high price levels on AMC stock for such a long period of time. Fundamentals without consideration for the impact of meme frenzy tells an incomplete story in our view. Boy, I love this article. If you guys know anybody who's borderline like deciding whether they want to get into this stock, this is the article so far. This is the article that I would have them read. With yet another downgrade on the stock, Wall Street still seems to ignore that AMC stock is one of the most popular on the main discussion boards, and that ape community remains highly committed to waiting for the next short squeeze. AMC is a case of momentum trading in which apes seem reluctant to sell even near all-time highs. In fact, As short interest on AMC continues to grow, fueled in part by Wall Street's bearishness, the case for holding a long position in anticipation of a short squeeze gains strength. Oh, that's the end of the article? That's a good article. I'll post it up here for you guys. If you guys want to share that with anybody, you can. That's a pretty good article. I think that's I think it's spot on. I really feel like what you have is, there's two different ways to look at stocks, right? You can look at fundamentals or you can look at technicals, right? Fundamentals, hands down, I agree. The fundamentals look terrible on AMC. Nobody could deny that. You can't look at the fundamentals of AMC and sit there and try and paint it like it's pretty. It's stinky. It's really, really stinky. Stinky like fish. Old fish. But when you look at the technicals and you realize that there's something going on there, that there's underlying manipulation that's happening with the stock, and then you can't explain how it's trading. What was the value? Let's see. We're trading on average basically 130 million shares with a float of 511 million. Let's do the math on it. We're gonna maths early in the morning. No. 130. 25, over 25%. It's 25.4%. 25.4% of our total volume over the last 3 months is traded on a daily basis. 25%. You can't find that anywhere else. You just can't. I don't know. Let's look at GameStop. I don't even know if GameStop's that high. Let's see. Their free float, they're trading 4.6 million a day. 4.6. And their free float is 58. Oops. Oops. I did that wrong. Maths. There we go. 7.9%. GME is like not even close. Not even close. I like to refer to Amazon, and then you'll notice my ticker on the side over here. I've got a couple different tickers. Amazon is one of them. I like to consider Amazon as the gold standard. Ironically, they have the same amount of, well, almost identical, same amount of shares to their stock as we do. They have 506 shares out, 506 million shares out. We have on AMC 513, so it's pretty darn close. But I consider Amazon as like the heartbeat of America. How the market's doing in America, you look at Amazon, right? Nobody in their right mind I don't think would short Amazon to a extreme extent, if at all. And we even know that companies like Citadel have a long position in Amazon. You can go to Fintel and look it up and find it yourself. I've pulled it up before. I know that they have a long position there. I'm not going to look it up right now, but I can tell you for a fact that they have a long position on Amazon. So, knowing that it's the gold standard, and you want to look to see how much should a company be trading. Their total average volume for 3 months is 3.29 million a day. 3.29. Their free float is 437. So we're going to take 3.29 divided by 437.4. I already know that it's like 6%, but I said the numbers and I forgot them already. 3.29 divided by 437.4. That's 0.0. It's 0.7%, 0.75 to be exact. It's insane. That's the gold standard right there. You know you have a solid company when you're only trading 0.7% of your total float in a single day's time. Now, a lot of people will look at this and say, okay, yeah, but the price of the stock is $3,400. And I have an argument for that. And the argument is that I've seen this go up to $3,600 and drop to $3,300 in a matter of seconds a couple weeks ago. What kind of impact did that have to their volume dropping that much? Zero. Zero impact. Their volume was exactly the same. It doesn't matter how much the price goes up or how much the price goes down, the volume stays the same. So I consider it the gold standard, right? And if we're trading 25% of our total free float in a single day's time, the technical analysis would tell you something is going on with AMC, and there's underlying issues. And we all know what it is. I don't have to spill it out for you. We know that there's a lot of naked shorts out there, and you know, it's debatable on how many that there actually are. But I feel comfortable saying that there's at a very minimum, what do I have down for 2.37 billion, right? I think that, but there's an argument to be made that I think that there's probably over 4 billion at least. But I can comfortably say that there's more than 2.37 with institutional ownership, insider ownership, and then the Say Technologies information that we got from that. We're looking at easily 2.37. So yeah, that's the technicals, and you can't argue with them. They have to cover. At some point, they have to cover these shorts. And when they do, they can eat my shorts, man. That's the title of the show today. Eat my shorts, man. If they want their shorts back, they're going to have to eat mine. And that's all I got to say about that. I'm going to bookmark that. I need to write that down. Yeah, I'm starting to bookmark in the description box at the end of the day because I do a 9-hour stream. It's very difficult for me to try to invest more time into this than I already am. So what I'm doing is I'm putting in the description box timestamps, so that people, if they want to go back and look at it later, they can go back and click on the timestamps and it'll take them right to whatever it is. So I do technical analysis on the hour every hour, and then I do I'll talk about certain subject matter or whatever, and I'll put a bookmark down, and then I'll write down what the subject matter is and put a timestamp in for those. So if anybody wants to go back and talk and hear about those kind of things, they can. Well, looks like Amazon's getting a nice little buy movement here. Sorry guys, I didn't realize I still had it on Amazon. Here's a post by Grogosaur83 on Reddit that says 10 Rings was awesome. Top 10 all-time Marvel film easily. I don't even know how many we have now. It does seem like there's quite a few. for those of you who are older on here, I think I'm not 100% sure on this because I've never actually looked it up. But I think, do you remember what was the name of that movie? It was Howard the Duck. I think that might have been. Do you remember that? Yeah, it was so long ago, right? Howard the Duck. I believe that might have been the first Marvel movie. Howard the Duck. I'm surprised they have not brought him back yet. Um, oh, they did. Here's a picture of him he was in one of the movies. What movie was that? Endgame. He was in Avengers Endgame. Oh, no kidding. That is so cool. Well, I think Howard the Duck might have been the first Marvel film, and that was so long ago. Okay, so actually they're saying, I just went and looked it up, chronological order list. Oh, but they're putting it in like a time frame. And I don't see Howard the Duck even on the list. I feel like maybe I'm so old that I know stuff I shouldn't know. Let's see what this says. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's saying Iron Man was the first one in 2008, but I know Howard the Duck was much older than that. Oh, I'm gonna have to go see Ten Rings. We need to go see that for sure. Remember today, guys, price is going to be, with low volume, price is going to be easily manipulated. So I'm pulling up Stonk Tracker and just going to throw this up over here real quick. 650,000 shares available to borrow, so that they are returning shares right here, and you can see it both in the ETFs and over here as well. So if you're seeing more shares showing back up over here, but we have, what do we have here? Still showing 200,000 shares being borrowed. They borrowed a bunch this morning. I don't know if you guys may have not recalled, but it was like there's at least 600,000 shares or so that were borrowed this morning, went down to zero, and then they started returning them. I love to refer to Stonko Tracker as Petridge Farms. It remembers. There's something interesting going on. I'm not sure what they're doing exactly. I know that they're probably trying to pay off old loans. So as more shares show up over here that are available, I would assume that they're covering for old loans. I would imagine more of that's happening right now. All right, guys. I normally take a break at about 7:27. I kind of extended it a little bit here. I'm gonna take the break, I think, from now on at about 7:35 until 8:15 my time. So I'll be back before the last 15 minutes before market opens, and I'll do a technical analysis, and then we'll move into market open. So that's one of the few hourly ones that I won't do on the hour. I'll do it just before market open. So having said that, I'm going to put this back up here for you guys to see the information. Get rid of my picture. I got my Nirvana shirt on today. I woke up this morning and I was like, I don't really feel like changing clothes. I'm still in my PJs. It's a PJ kind of day. So let's see. Let's go ahead and update or text for you guys so you can see. Oh yeah, they're still borrowing shares like crazy. 431. Yeah, that's up. I'm not going to update it, but I just do want to point out that it's higher. It was 200,000 at about a half hour ago. So it's more than doubled the amount of shares that they've borrowed in the last 36 minutes. So I will see you guys back here in approximately 45 minutes. All right, guys. See you in just a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here what we got going on. Looks like we had a little bit of a dip in price. We're down about 1.78% right now, down to 43.57. It doesn't look like this is a descending parallel channel quite yet. I'm gonna need some more data to identify if that's what it is. We are about 15 minutes away from market open. Let me go ahead and refresh the screens here. There's really only one screen that makes a difference right now. And so not a whole lot has changed. This is probably the one period of time today that I'm just kind of reiterating everything that happened already. So above me, short exempt volume is down 300, or moved from about, I think it was 100,000 down, from about 300, maybe it was 400. Let me pull up Stonko Tracker. I can't remember what it was yesterday. Yeah, Stonko Tracker says that it was at 361, so not quite 100,000, maybe more like 60,000 in the short exempt volume. So short exempt volume is down to 300,000 shares. Utilization down to 90.8. Utilization went down because they found more shares to borrow. Day-over-day price increase was 1.58 positive yesterday. Dark pools traded yesterday was 68.9, 5% higher than what we're just going to always add 5% to whatever this dark pool number is. Whatever website this is that I'm pulling from, you know, the data is off by about 5%. So I'm just going to start adding 5% to whatever that's reporting. What I do need to verify is how Stonko Tracker gets their numbers versus how this website gets their numbers. My guess is there's probably a couple of these exchanges down below that probably should be added into this dark pool category, which is probably where Stonko Tracker gets their numbers from. Borrowed for today so far 229,000 in the last hour and 15 minutes. That has increased from 200,000. 200,000 to 229.6. 18% short share interest of the free float. Highest amount of call volume for open interest is at a $50 strike price with 28.1 thousand open contracts. On the put side is a $38 strike price with 11.6 thousand contracts that are open. Max pain is at $41 today, so if we can remain above 41 bucks, that's a good thing. $41 is, oh, I'm sorry, 42. $42 is max pain. So, you know, I could definitely see them trying to push the price down below 42 for a brief period of time and then letting it go. We'll see what happens. Stonko Tracker showing 900,000 shares available to borrow with 5.5 in the ETFs. They're returning a bunch of shares right now. You know, I have a feeling that you know, they're trying to cover some of their failure to delivers. On the call side of options, we've got 44.4 thousand contracts that are in the money on the call side, and 118,000 out of the money on the put side. Advancers over decliners, 4,155 advancers to 2,481 decliners. NASDAQ up 0.14, Dow Jones up 0.37, and S&P 500 up 0.31. Robinhood is up 0.33% for the day. In the pre-market, Amazon up 0.11. Cinemark is down 0.06. Dogecoin is up 1.7. GME down 0.57, and AMC is down 1.5%. We are getting a little bit of an upswing right now. Let me see if I can draw that parallel channel from the bottom side. Looks like I probably could. If we blow through it right here, I would say that it's starting to break out. If it swings back around and goes the other direction, then I've got myself my touch points that I need for this descending parallel path or channel. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to go ahead and drop the line right there and see what happens. And we got about 10 minutes before market opens. Good morning, John. Good to see you back. Huh. YouTube is reporting that your guys' comments are at 6:50. Well, John, your comment was at 6:55, but that's not the time it is where I'm at. YouTube must think I'm in a different time zone. I'm gonna have to figure that out. For some reason, it must think that I'm, I guess that would be West Coast. I am not. I am Central Standard Time. That's confusing. Okay, so this is a descending parallel channel. We had two touch points, almost 3 touch points right here. I was looking for 2 touch points on the top, and I was trying to draw this out. It looks like we're blowing right through it right now. So this isn't really a good indicator, but I was thinking that it was possibly going to stay inside this channel, but it didn't. Volume today is extremely low. I'm predicting somewhere between 40 and 60 million shares. I do think that there could be a swing upwards in price in the later half of today, which could excite volume and end up making my prediction become a little on the short side. Meaning that we could hit maybe 70 to 80 if that does happen. But for right now, I'm going to just go ahead and throw it out as volume prediction at 40 to 60 based off of what I'm seeing in the pre-market hours this morning. Well, I commented on something on Reddit. You guys can go look it up if you want to, but you know, there's some people out there with some unusual thought processes about what's happening. See, I'll go to my history and see what it was that I commented on. So the thread is posted by Nutbag Punch, and they said, quote, yeah, so the big institutions are lending out their shares of AMC to collect interest on them. I see a lot of this rhetoric, and we need to pump the brakes for a second and have a talk seriously. And then they basically just go into the idea that it's illogical to think that there are long positions that are loaning out their shares in order to make money off the interest. That's exactly what's happening. And I don't know why they think that's illogical. Any long position company always knows that they're going to hedge their bets. They don't know for a fact that this is going to make them a lot of money. They don't bank on a squeeze, so they have to figure out how they're going to make money. And if shares are hard to loan and they can loan shares out for interest to collect interest on it, they're going to do that because they don't know how high the price of this stock is going to go, and so they're hedging their bets, right? If you're going to make money, you got to make it somehow. What if the price? They don't know, but they're assuming what if the price goes back down at this point? So they're making their money now. They're making it on the front side. They're going to try and make it on the back side. They're going to make money all along the way. To think that they're not loaning out shares, BlackRock and Vanguard and all these other companies that they're not loaning out shares, it would be highly That would be highly illogical because they've got to make money on both sides of this. They're not going to just try and hold long positions and walk away with just a long position. That's not how it works. And they're also making your brokers. Your brokers are making money off of your trades, right? So if you're trading back and forth, you know, I'm suggesting that there are people who are trading back and forth on this. I mean, we're seeing it on Fidelity. There is definitely, if I pull it up on here, let's see. So if I pull it up over here, I'll go ahead and refresh it. Hopefully it's still up. So AMC actually fell way down on the list on trending. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're down 7th. We were first or second, I think, this morning. I think we were first. But we have 56% buys over 44% sells in AMC right now, which means we have more people who are making buying trades than selling trades on AMC. But there's obviously people who are selling. Fidelity's going to try to make money off of those guys. You know, they're going to try and make money off of people who are selling their shares. Why wouldn't they? They've got to make money somehow. There's ways for them to do that. So they're going to try and figure out every way they possibly can to profit off of people who are selling their shares, especially when you know that Fidelity has long positions in AMC. So I can guarantee you that they're trying to maximize their earnings on the front side of the squeeze. Every single one of the brokers is. I'm kind of curious about some of these other ones in here, but I'm going to keep the focus on AMC. I'm not going to look any of them up right now. I think that because we have such low volume today, that's why we've fallen down the list. Okay, we're moving in the last couple minutes, and we're definitely breaking out of this descending parallel channel here. Or maybe not. It's a bit of a fight going on here. So I'm seeing a really weak order book on the left-hand side, or sorry, the right-hand side of the page here. That to me means that they're probably going to take off on pushing the price down at the beginning. I mean, that's kind of usual to be expected. So, you know, this will be the attack to get it down underneath 42 right here. 42, I think 42, I had a marker set up. Where did it go? There it is. I'm going to move this up to $42. This is what they're going to try and break right there. That's the max pain. Alright guys, I'm going to try and get better at timing down this the morning start. So I'm going to go ahead and start up the morning intro here in about 20 seconds and see how close that, maybe 30 seconds, and see how close I can get to getting it right on time with market open here. 340,000 shares traded so far going into market open. Pretty low volume. Hopefully it'll pick up here. See you guys on the flip side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
The first 15 minutes are always a struggle. Talking heads with burning down the house. Helps us get through a little bit of that rough time right there. Very, very nice. Well, good morning, guys. So how low do you think this will go? Yesterday I was thinking it was going to be, what was it, 40, 50, I think is what I was kind of estimating tomorrow yesterday due to the max pain being at $41. Today I've got it marked up. I've got a line that I just put down at 41.50. I can't imagine them getting any lower than that, honestly, if there was a drop in price. A 20% drop in price from our previous high would be, I think it's still 39.75. Nope, not right. 38.75. 39. Pretty close. Yep, roughly $39 would be a 20% drop from 48.60. Synthetic price failures typically are about 20% drops. However, I don't feel like we're in a phase or a period of time where they could initiate a synthetic price failure. So I just don't think it's in the cards as of right now. But, as far as options go, I could definitely see them trying to get this back into that range of, 30 underneath 41. So basically under 42. So basically 41 and a half. I do want to point out that volume was extremely low this morning in the beginning hours, and what we know from low volume is that it's extremely volatile during low volume periods. So we could see a lot of movement either up or down. There's no specific amount. We just know that during low volume periods of time, it's very easy for the stock to be manipulated. So as I pull up, for example, the Bollinger Band, you'll see that this Bollinger Band, as it starts to pinch down, that's the closer it pinches, the more volatility you have that can just explode all of a sudden. It just goes one direction or the other, and then the band just like extremely opens up. So we saw a huge price increase in the beginning, and then it dropped down. Now it's shooting back up. All kinds of crazy things can happen when that volatility gets really low. So the tighter this thing pinches down, the bigger it can blow up by. Just because of the typical nature of the stock having massive volatility, just anything can set it off in one direction or the other. But I can't see much lower than 41.5, honestly. I'm not saying I think it's going to be that much. Earlier, when I gave a price prediction for this morning, I said somewhere between 43 and 46. I think it's going to be kind of a maybe slightly upwards to break even kind of day today. I personally want to see it hold 44. If it can hold 44 by the end of today, that's really going to put us into a good position going into next week and possibly see a big gains. If we get I am a little worried about, getting too high in the very beginning of the market hours today. If it gets too high too fast, we'll see it pull back pretty hard. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But, if we go out to the 1 hour, RSI is at currently 50, which is right down the middle. So it's not overbought or oversold. On a 30-minute interval, it's 53, so same thing. 5-minute interval, it's at 58, so it's a little high on a 5-minute interval, but it's not bad. So we have plenty of room to move in either direction. I don't feel like I'm giving you much help, though. You hope 60. Let's see what you wrote here. I feel like they are going to want to get this below 40. I hope I'm wrong. I hope 60. Yeah, I do too. I do hope. Ideally, and I agree with the sentiment that I read on Reddit earlier. I'll pull back out to the 1 hour. What we're looking for this to do, get rid of my little Bollinger Band here, try and get as many lines as possible. So you'll notice that we've got this big, huge wedge here that we've created, and we've had 3 touching points at $48.50. What we're looking for this to do is to drive back up to that, test it again at some point between now and Tuesday next week. Because that's when we're going to break out, is either in the aftermarket hours on Tuesday or at the very end of the day, or Wednesday next week will likely be the breakout period. So I'm really hoping to see this thing drive back up in here and get into that range. Because if we do test that a 4th time, where, Trey said it on multiple occasions, and I agree with what he says, for testing points on a high like that, you're going to break out. So that's what I want to see happen. Plus, also 100% of the time this year, every time we've hit a green day on a Friday, we've had a green day the following opening day, which is normally a Monday, but in this case, next week it's going to be Tuesday. Don't forget, we have a 3-day weekend. So we'll see what ends up happening. I'm curious to see what is our loan. Okay, so they're borrowing a lot of shares today so far. They're already at 1.23. I'm not going to refresh that yet. We'll wait a little bit here. Estimated short share interest is driving up as well. Let's refresh. I want to see what the inflow versus outflow is right now. Okay, so we have a 3-point spread on the inflow versus outflow. We're getting some nice stair-stepping action, moving us back into that band. Because we did on a 1-hour chart, we did actually fall outside of that triangle, which is unusual. That could extend out the time frame that we would. I would have to redraw this, and it would extend out the amount of time that we would see. So Tuesday would be out of play at that point. Let's go ahead and do that. So it's pushing it out to Tuesday, Wednesday, so like a Thursday or Thursday after market hours, or even pre-market Thursday. Excuse me. We have about 13 more minutes before I start refreshing screens here and doing our hourly technical analysis. I'm going to give ourselves some time to see what the volume's going to be like for options. So we've hit $44.30 appears to be a level of resistance that we're finally barely pushing through. I don't see a wall set up there, so it looks like we could drive through it. There is definitely a buy wall at 44.10. There's 10,000 shares there that are set up to try and keep this from dropping back down further. Hopefully this candlestick will be the one that gets punched through that 44.30 range. Yeah, here we go. All right, we're breaking out into new territory. There doesn't seem to be any sell walls. So it does appear to be unrestricted movement. And I'll zoom in on that so you guys can kind of see it a little bit. Oh, I haven't fixed it. This is gonna happen this week, guys. So you've got your order book flow on the far right hand side there over here where you see the mouse. What I'm doing is I'm working on this page here a little bit. I doubt you can read the patterns on the left hand side over there, but they kind of are indicators as to what to look for in candlesticks for trends. That's something that I'm going to start trying to get better at reading. I'm looking for something that this would be a confirmation right here. If you look down on the bottom left-hand side, there's three outside up. I think you have this would be your 3 outside up right here, which would be a confirmation. So it's a confirmation of an upwards trend. A lot of different, this is going to be difficult for me to learn. There's a lot of information on this page, but I'm going to try and get really good at it, at trying to read this stuff. I want to learn some of these technical terms. But anyways, I pretty much pulled this up so you guys could see some of the trades happening over here and how there's pretty much unrestricted movement on the sell side, allowing this to continue to go up in value. So we broke them, or we touched 44.53 and then immediately broke back down under that 44.30 range. So they really try to keep this underneath that 44.30. There's definitely a fight going on here. Volume, see, we're at 20 minutes into the trading day with volume at 8 million shares per minute. So it is on the low side. Typically speaking, you want to see an average of 250,000 shares per minute to get 1 million shares. Sorry, what am I saying? 100 million shares traded for the day. And right now we're holding that average, but the thing is this usually dips off at around like 10 a.m. So around 10 a.m. we're going to see a drop. That's going to be in like another hour from now, hour and 10 minutes from now, we'll see a drop in volume. You can already see it's kind of starting to trend down as it is. You know, unless we have like a really sharp run up, I wouldn't expect to see volume increase by drastic amounts. Good morning, Coin. Good to see you here. It's funny, Coin. I've got my OBS, the system that I use to run the show, software that I use for creating the show. Anyways, it's covering up half of your name. All I saw was search. And I saw it says search good morning, and I was like, oh, I know who that is. Good old Coin. Good to see you back. I feel like this is Cheers sometimes, where everybody knows each other's name. you know what excites me the most when I see y'all, um, start talking amongst yourselves. Like that really gets me excited. I like seeing that because seeing the interactions between you guys really makes me happy in knowing that you guys are getting to know each other, which is cool. Not just me getting to know you, but you guys getting to know each other was I like that. It's community, important stuff. All right, we're getting close here. I'm not going to update screens quite yet. We're not there. Almost. Okay, so this is our movement back in the other direction. I mean, I'm seeing a little bit of a trend right now, but I'm not going to draw it out just yet. We're going to give this a little bit more time. I am going to pull back out to a 30-minute interval real quick because I just want to see what that's looking like. Yesterday was a wild day, guys. It was really kind of crazy. I think we're doing a good job of avoiding this shoulder head shoulder pattern, because this is almost a bearish indicator right here, a very bearish indicator, and we're avoiding it. Very fortunately, we're avoiding it. This 5-minute interval here. What a morning. Okay, we're testing 44.50. Let's see if we can break through that line of resistance. Looks like we kind of sort of are, yeah. There's no sell walls there. We should be able to break through it. Hopefully there's enough volume to push right through. I feel like, I'm just going to draw this out real quick. I'm not going to keep it, but I feel like this is like a wedge pattern, right? Because it's so steep right here. Super, super steep. Right? And then you have, this is the other side of this wedge here. Something that looks about like this. But an ascending wedge, I believe. Let me go back to my notes because I'm not 100% certain on this. An ascending wedge and a descending wedge. Yeah, see, it says a wedge that is angled down represents a pause during an uptrend. Well, this is not a wedge angled down. This is a wedge angled up. And it says a wedge that is angled up shows a temporary interruption during a falling market. As with pennants and flags, volume typically tapers off during the formation of the pattern, only to increase once price breaks above or below the wedge pattern. So the thing is, with a wedge like this, I'm pretty certain that it's difficult to know which way it's going to break out. But it does say that volume starts to decrease, and it is ever so slightly kind of decreasing here. Not very much, but it is decreasing. But as it gets closer to the top of this wedge here, it should break out in one direction or the other, and it does appear to be breaking out the top right now. That's the difference. This is the difference between pennants and wedges versus triangles. Triangles are very definite. Pennants, depending on where the pennant is, the flagpole portion of the pennant, it can tell you which way it's going to go, whether it's bearish or bullish. But the interesting thing about wedges is that they don't really have indicators as to which way it's going to break. It's an indicator that tells you that it's gonna squeeze down to a certain point and then break out in one direction or the other. It's impossible to say which way. I wouldn't say that's breaking out yet. You have to wait for the main solid portion of the candlestick, which if I go back to the order book, I want to call it the right thing. The body of the candle. The real body, is that what it says? It's really difficult for me to read. It's so small. It's probably difficult for you guys to read too. I think it says main body. Oh no, real body. Upper upper shadow, lower shadow, and real body is the portion in the middle. So when the real body breaks out of this wedge is when I would consider outside the indicator, and usually about 15 minutes before it gets to the end is about when it breaks out. So somewhere around in this shadow box that I just created. Actually, that 15 minutes would be back here somewhere. This is such a small wedge, though. Okay, see, now this might be the correction. It looks like in the next minute or so is when it's going to break out, so we'll see what happens. We're either going to have two candles like this, like earlier, and then start to trend back upwards, or we're going to have this single candle followed by a third, and then the fourth, or sorry, the first, the second, and then the third candle will break out going down. So we'll see here in about 2 minutes which way it's going to go. 2 minutes, and it's time for me to go ahead and start refreshing screens. So I'll do that while you guys are watching. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the stats page. You're not going to know until after we go back. Okay, here we go. NASDAQ still not reporting. We earlier this morning I saw it was 127.7 institutional ownership, so there's still no change on institutional ownership. We are currently trading at 54.38% in the dark pools. We add 5% to that. We are currently at 59%. I'm adding 5% from now on to it because I know that it's just off from what Stonk Tracker does, and I think everybody kind of follows Stonk Tracker as a main source. So we'll run with that for now. And you guys will just have to remember that. For those of you who stick around and are here often, you'll know. Moving on, 1.45 million shares down below. It's a little bit down over here, diagonal, straight down. 1.45 million shares borrowed. That is up from 229,000 in the last 45 minutes. 1.45. Yesterday they borrowed 5.55 million shares. That's a lot. That's a lot. Estimated short share interest of the free float is 18.2%. The highest level of volume for this morning is stemming around the strike price of $45. That's where it was at yesterday, with a total of, is that a 5 or a 6? It looks like 6.8 to me. I'm getting hard. I gotta go get my glasses. It looks like 6.8. I'm going with that. Highest volume for the put side appears to be at 43, which was the same thing as yesterday. 43 with volume at 5.8. So with the highest volume, okay, so I can tell you right now, excuse me, who was it that was asking? John, I believe. I am not looking at the names yet, but I believe John was asking how far do I think they can get the price, and I said 41.50 is probably the lowest. But based on these options right now, I don't think they're banking on much lower than, at least for today, that they're banking on anything much lower than 43. So Yeah, I feel very comfortable now in saying that 41.5 is by far the lowest. We'll probably get this down. Let's see if did the NASDAQ page actually load up? Oh wow, it did. There we go. I got it moved into the screen for you there. Wow, it's loading. Yep, still you can see it at the top of the page, 127.7 institutional ownership in shares. Max pain is at $42. Anything we close over 42 is going to hurt short positions pretty immensely. All right, let's go over to Stonko Tracker. 900,000 shares. This can't be right. Wow, it is. 900,000 shares available to borrow with 5.5 in the ETFs. If we scroll down, you can see that they're returning massive amounts, but they're borrowing at the same time because we know Vortex is reporting 1.45 million borrowed for this morning. So they're borrowing, but they're also returning. This is trying to cover for their failure to deliver. There is 444,000 in the money options in the call options in the money. Sorry, there's 118,000 out of the money puts. So that's pretty hefty. If you guys notice, 2 weeks from now, there's already 332,000 out of the money on puts. That's massive. Very, very, very massive. 2 weeks from now is going to be crazy. But going into next week, we're looking really good if we can keep this above 44 bucks. Oh, darn. There we go. Well, let's see what we got here. The market, 2,674 advancers to 3,991. The market is declining this morning. 0.27 up for NASDAQ. The Dow Jones is down 0.33. The S&P 500 down 0.08. Robinhood is down 0.2%. Amazon 0.07%. Cinemark 0.76%. Doge up 0.6%. GME down 0.54%. And we are down 0.27%. It looks like we had the breakout inside that box and it was going down. So we had 2 candles down, one kind of going up, and then it broke out down. I'm kind of curious. I want to pull up that that stats page, that order book stats. I want to look at this chart here. I want to see if I can understand what happened right there. So I'm looking for under triple candle patterns. I'm looking for a down, down, up, and I don't see that listed. I don't see a down, down. So do I see red and then green equal? I'm just looking for a pattern. I want to start trying to understand these patterns a little bit better. I don't see the pattern that happened right here on this wedge didn't really flag anything because I want to be able to try and predict this kind of stuff. I'm not seeing anything that really stands out in my mind as a pattern that follows anything that's on here. So nothing that helps. All right, just checking. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this indicator. Let's see if we can draw something new up here and see where we're headed. Still trying to keep it above that 44.30 range. What we might have is an ascending parallel channel that's forming currently. It might actually work out now. Yeah, it's pretty close. We're going to use it. This is a bearish indicator, as it might actually break out really soon here, with $44.30 being the kind of the squeeze point. So typically, what I find ends up happening is as this price climbs up this ladder, it'll hit these points of resistance, these yellow lines from my Fibonacci retracement, and as they do, they tend to usually squeeze into these points. Like you look at it as like a kind of like a wedge, and as it squeezes into that wedge there, it'll usually typically break out, which it's doing right now. We'll see if it holds on the next candlestick. If the next candlestick is outside this line completely, then what we'll do is we'll delete this and say that it's broken out. If it doesn't, I might have to just redraw this just slightly. The touching point, I was drawing it off of a currently formed touching point. On a 1 hour interval, RSI is currently at 48.55, so it's slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 51.02, just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, it is at 54.99, which is slightly elevated. So I wouldn't say there's really room for this to move in either direction. It's already inside a box that if I would have drawn a box where it would squeeze out or have the most potential to squeeze out, we're inside the box currently. It'd be like in here. If it's going to use the $44.30 point as a point of resistance, it would have squeezed out somewhere inside this box probably. So it all depends on whether or not we push back up through that 44.30 as to whether or not we continue to follow this path up. Hopefully we can break through. Sorry guys, I haven't been watching what you've been writing. Let's see. The negative movement in the pre-market was probably... Hey, why did it cut off your words? I've never seen it do this before. I'm gonna have to like copy and paste your stuff onto another sheet because I can't read it. The negative movement in the pre-market was probably to get it as low as possible. I mean, since open we have actually risen over 2%, but on the day it is 0%, right? Yeah, I mean, I noticed. I mean, we're looking pretty good compared to pre-market, but it's just day to day that we're struggling on. Not sure if I explained myself to avoid FOMO. I mean, yeah, it's you know, we're looking really good compared to the pre-market, right? I think that's what I'm gathering from what you're saying. Pre-market was pretty dead, and after market hours last night. I don't know if you guys recall, but I had drawn out a triangle shape that was supposed to break out, kind of I think in this region right here. But I said that once we closed the market, we would more than likely trade sideways, and that wouldn't come to fruition. And that apparently was very true because you can see it just kind of went straight across. This is where the market opened this morning, and it kind of dipped down a little bit, but then came back up, dipped back down, and now we're trading like just slightly above basically where we closed yesterday. So we'll see here. All right, we were able to keep out of that box. That's good. The next one's going to be in this level of resistance at 44.50. So we'll delete this. And essentially what we want to see is we want to see it blow past this box here. That's too much right there. There we go. This will be the next stumbling block from keeping us up on this ascending path. Now, of course, eventually it's going to break out of this path going down. I'm going to actually tilt this out just a tad bit more. Just like that, and see if it still holds. It actually holds pretty well. It looks pretty good. Move this over. Come on, buddy. Move. There you go. So I'm just giving myself the bottom touch points down here. Trying to make it a little more accurate. So we're trying to push through 44.50 now. I feel like I missed covering something. What did I miss out? Maybe it was inflow versus outflow. I think I could just hit this refresh button down at the bottom, and I keep forgetting I can do that. 150 versus 148. So we have where it's a 2-point spread. We do have more inflow coming in than we have outflow, but we are still really low. We're already in almost an hour. We're about 45 minutes into the trading day with 14 million shares traded. I'm going to guess that it's probably putting us on 130 million average, but let's check it out and see for sure. 14.4 divided by, we're just going to say, let's call it 14.5. I'm just going to average up a little. 14.5 divided by 45 minutes times 390 minutes in the trading day. It's 125. I think I said 130. Yeah, so real close. That's going to drop. That's our average right now, but this is going to start dropping pretty drastically. We'll see it drop quite a bit. Volume prediction for me for today, based off of pre-market volume, was 40 to 60 million total traded for the day today. So yeah, more than likely we're going to see, unless this thing continues to bump up on sharp angles, we're going to see volume just kind of die off. And when it does die off, I expect to see a little bit of correction in price. When I say correction, I mean we're moving up, it's going to come back down, especially with this ascending parallel path that we're on right now. It's an indicator that's telling us it's going to break out going down. So that's what'll end up happening at some point here. I'll tell you what, John, I would have liked to have seen this hit something like $40, 41.50, something like that, just because I would love to buy some more shares at that price. That would have been nice. I'm gonna hold on to my reserve that I have right now till a little bit later. I'm really holding for like specific points that I think are good pushing points where we need help the most. And that's not where we're at right now. Do remember, guys, between $40 and $45 is this kind of gray zone. It's really difficult for investors to come to the table to want to buy. It's just kind of a trend that I picked up on last time when we were kind of hovering through this range. We struggle a lot. We struggle a lot with volume in between $40 and $45. I don't know what it is. I'm chalking it up to investor psychological issues. In other words, meaning at $40, people kind of shut down and they go like, okay, that's too expensive for me to buy per share. So they stop buying. And then at $45, typically what ends up happening is the price starts to shoot up. And as it shoots up, that's when the FOMO kicks in and people just start buying irregardless of what the price is. So it's this gray zone that I think that the hedge funds know that it's kind of a dead zone, and they manipulate the price as much as possible through that gray area. I'm sure that if I've picked up on it, then they've definitely picked up on it. Their algorithms are pretty dang good at picking out trends. And this is where our volume just starts dying off. I said 10 o'clock, and it did. You can see it right here. At 10 o'clock, it sure enough did start driving down, but what you'll see is it's really kind of falling down currently. Look how much further down it's gone. We're trading right now. We're trading in the less than 100,000 shares per minute, right here on these couple columns of volume. Now volume's starting to pick back up, and boom, there we go. Pushing back up further into this ascending channel. We broke through 44.50. It was getting closer. It was coming down to the wire. Next stop. 40. These two lines pretty much should just be on top of each other. It's basically 44.90, I think. Let's see, what do we have up here on the screen? 44. Yeah, there's nothing there. There's a sell wall at 44.75. They're trying to keep us. Actually, the sell side is getting really thin right now. Super thin. Price could drive up really quick if we punch past 44.75. Man, volume is really picking up. This is unnatural movement right here. It's starting. It's right on the verge of becoming unnatural movement. There might be another level of resistance, like right in here. What did I say? 44.75? Yeah, it's right here. I'm going to put up a band right there because that's what we got to punch through next. A box, 44.75. So like here. That's the next spot we have to avoid. It's really kind of precarious, right? We have a this is the Bollinger Band, right? We got to stay underneath this red line without breaking it, but still drive past this box and up above it in order for this to not swing out and start going down. It's a fine line we're walking right now. We're walking the balance beam, trending up. Let's see what we got on Reddit. Actually, I'm going to go to the news first. I'm also going to refresh Fidelity. I'm kind of curious to see where we stand on the list. I think we were down at 7th place earlier. I want to see if we've moved up any. We have. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in 5th spot for trending right now. Currently, we have 58% buys over 42% sells. GME, just for reference, has moved out of the top 10 and down to 22nd and trending. So they must be having a huge volume issue right now. Not a whole lot of volume going into GME. That's really what we want to avoid. The more of these distractions that they throw out, whatever company you name, the more of these distractions that we can avoid and continue to make AMC the focal point of hey, we're changing this market, and we're not moving, and we're standing our ground. That's what we want to continue to have happen. Otherwise, we become not irrelevant. We become non-relevant, and the news starts to die down, and that's where we start having problems. So we don't want to see that happen. And they are. There's a lot of news articles out right now that are talking about, they throw up a whole bunch of names besides just AMC, trying to give people plenty of other stuff, other eye candy to look at. How many of y'all remember that Eat My Shorts man? I remember my parents. My parents didn't want me to watch The Simpsons. They thought that it was not kid appropriate. I don't know. In contrast to what we have nowadays, it's like watching Scooby Doo. In comparison, it's just so not nearly as bad as some of the other stuff. Oh, how far we've come. It's getting real close here. What are they on? Have they borrowed more shares? 1.45 still showing. I'm gonna refresh Ortex real quick. I want to see if it's updating. 1.5. So they are borrowing more shares still. The moment of truth. Do we break out or do we move up more? Oh, it's so on the edge. Yep. Okay, well 44.50, 44.49 was supposed to be a level of support, but we passed that. It looks like now 44.30 is our next hold. And we have 4,100 shares sitting there ready to hold at 44.30. So we'll see how far outside of this ascending parallel channel that we break out down. I do want to make note that we're basically kind of correcting and coming back down towards this exponential moving average. So that's healthy. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to go ahead and delete this descending parallel path. Now what we don't want to see have happen is just continuously just drive way past. Looks like we're blowing past even 44.30. Okay, now the buy side is looking weak now, so that could drive the price down a bit here. And this looks like a dinosaur head with its like jaws open. I'm gonna actually back out just a little bit here. We might have like another wedge forming. Triangle. Nope, wedge. Probably about like that. I'm gonna have to wait for this to stop dropping down before I can actually create the wedge though. it could actually be this line that's already here, which is that, you know, if I scroll back out to the 1 hour interval, you'll see that that's what that basically is. That line is our line that heads out to a big breakout of like a 10, 12 day breakout. So we're at the bottom edge of that right now. We've actually broken out of it before, and down here, so it's possible to kind of break out of it a little bit and head back in. It's just maybe not drawn 100% accurately. This does look like a Margaret Thatcher. I'm hoping we see a reversal at this point. I would hate to see us come back down and test $44. If we do test $44, that would make for a perfect Margaret Thatcher, moving us down into new lows. So I want to see it turn around right now and kind of trend above this line here, which it's doing, which is good. I'm going to go ahead and draw another line here. Just like that. So again, this is a wedge. Difficult to say which way it's going to break out, but it'll probably be somewhere around here. It might be a pennant. No, it's not a pennant. Wait, let me see. What do we got here? 936 to 957. Yeah, if this was a proper pennant, then it would be breaking. It would have already broken out by now. This is a wedge. We have some support walls at $44.13 and $44.10. It's about here. Interesting. I wonder if this is true. I'm reading a Reddit post here. I'm going to check it out myself real quick. So the Reddit post is saying, this is a tweet by Andrew Heisinger. Says dark pool ATS and non-ATS update on AMC. There have been 8.6 million shares traded off exchange so far today. This equates to $383 in notional value. $383 million in notional value. 64.62% of total AMC volume has executed off exchange. Let's see if that's accurate. He's saying 64.62. My dark pools are saying nothing. Update. 63.92. And by the end of the day, I add 5%, so we're actually higher than that. 68, almost 69% in the dark pools already. Wow, guys, 69%. Basically, like well over half of our total volume traded into the dark pools. That's insanity. Man. The fear. That is a lot of fear. Not on our parts. To have that much traded in the dark pools on such a low volume day. Speaks pretty loud. It looks like $44.30. It's kind of holding. Stretch and grow. I'm going to sort Reddit by hot. See, I normally like sorting by new just because I like reading everything that there is, but I'm going to see what's been said in the last, like, 24 hours here. Oh, they had the art contest finals. That's cool. I haven't seen them. Where are they? Hello, everyone. I don't see where the art is. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. Yeah, I don't see it. Well, there's a lot of people on this Discord. I just want to see the art. Yeah. I ain't got time for this. If you guys know where I can find a link to the art, let me know. I'd love to go check it out. Oh man, have I left you guys on this page forever? Nobody said anything. There you go. You know, I've seen a lot of people posting about Jeff Bezos being behind all of this in the first place. You know, the idea that Amazon may have been shorting shorting this stock in order to buy it at a lower cost, which, man, it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. We did break out of the wedge much earlier than I would have anticipated. The price is going to start moving back down. This now is starting to look more like, depending on how far down this goes, if it does test kind of this bottom line right here, and then bounce back up off of that, it's definitely into a very bearish signal, which I would have to draw way out. Let's hope I don't have to. I think it's going to drop down below this. Yeah. So basically we got a double top here, and we're moving back down. Like if I draw this out into a 5-minute, it's what you might call a Margaret Thatcher. You can just walk by. I'll turn the. My wife doesn't want to walk by. I'll turn the camera off. Hold on a second. I'll turn it off. Wait. Hold on. Okay, the video camera's off. You can walk by. You hurt your knees. Here. Silly. Oh, get up. I turned the camera off. Oh, man. Also, another pattern you could see here is a shoulder, head, shoulder, which is an indicator for breaking down. So we'll probably just return back to where it was we've been trading for most of the pre-market hours, which was about kind of, I guess, in this range, the $44 range. And this is the price that I want to see this stay above, is 44. So I hope there's a support here. I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not. I'm not sure how far down this is going to go. Let me zoom out just a tad bit here. If this holds as the bottom, this would be a bullish indicator, right? Much similar to the one that we had earlier, or the much larger one that we have on a much larger scale out here, right? So this is the much larger scale over multiple days, and this is our little tiny one right here that we might be breaking out of here. So let's zoom back in on this and see if that's going to take. We'll see if this holds. If this 43.89 is the bottom of this, then that would be the bottom side of our triangle, which means that we would see a breakout somewhere around this time frame in here. Which would put us right in the, kind of trending on the bottom half of that larger. This is the bottom side of that larger multiple day triangle pattern right here. So this is our small little triangle right here, and this is our much larger multi-day triangle. So let's see if this holds out. It can move down, and I can just adjust this out a little bit further. I'm hoping that this is kind of like the low point right here. But yeah, back to the whole Jeff Bezos thing. You know, I could see Amazon wanting to try and buy out a movie theater chain. I know that they want to get into the movie market. So you know, it could have been, you know, it could be, he could have been in part. Um, I don't even know if I'd call it conspiracy theory. I mean, I could see companies wanting to short other companies so they could, you know, acquire them. Sounds like a good game plan. I have to extend this out a little bit here. It just depends on how far this keeps coming down. I had to imagine it's probably going to be parallel with the other one. This is probably as close to parallel as possible. How low can she go? Eat my shorts, man. The whole market's taking a hit right now. You can see it over here on the left-hand side. Everybody's down right now. We've got about 15 more minutes before technical analysis. But yeah, the whole market's getting hit right now. Well, you know what this is forming, guys? It's an upside down bowl, unfortunately. You know, we'd have a nice upside down, I shouldn't say nice, a terrible upside down bowl where it could kind of complete out the pattern at $43.62. Kind of move back up a little bit to maybe say like 43.95 and then have a big breakout going back down, possibly to, let's see, it's typically the distance here, so let's see, it would be 43 to 62 to basically like a buck lower than this, so 42.51 around here somewhere. So we'll see if this continues to follow. I can only keep drawing this out so far. I mean, if it's not going to hold the pattern, it's not going to hold the pattern. Because it really, honestly, it's looking more like it's going to do this upside down cup with a big Margaret Thatcher at the double top at the top there. It's starting to look more like that than anything. 43.34. That's what we're looking for. If it breaks down, if it continues to break down and get down to that point, you know, somewhere around here, then that's what I think will probably end up happening. Delete this. I mean, we're only at 20 million shares traded for the day today at an hour and 15 minutes. So, let's see. Let's see. Divided by, what was 75 minutes times 390. Yeah, so we were like on 127 million share pace, and now we've moved down to about 105 million share pace. And we still got a lot of the day left to go here. So my prediction of 40 to 60 million is definitely on target with what it's looking like. So unless we have like some kind of amazing push at the end of the day today that just drives volume through the roof, we're looking at a low volume day today. Okay, so it is starting to turn back up. We'll see if this lasts. This looks like a pretty good signature of a short ladder attack right here, where it kind of steps down, comes back up, steps down, comes back up. So if it returns to a downwards position after, I'd say this next minute, then we'll know for sure. What a burger breakout. SKMC back for more humor. What a burger breakout. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm seeing. I don't see a Whataburger breakout here, but I do see the Whataburger sign. Unfortunately, what it does look like, though, to me, is if I put this on a 5-minute interval, you'll see it. We have an upside down or an inverted cup. So if it does reach down to about $43.65 on this downswing, and then shoots back up to say like $43.93, $44, we could see it potentially push back down at about, what did I say, $1 less than 43, so 42.60, probably right around here at some point. But we have a double top here, or otherwise known by Duncan's Margaret Thatcher. I think he was the one that coined that one. We do have a Margaret Thatcher, or a correct Whataburger symbol. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, it is turning back around. I do have this bullish triangle formed here with the double top. So I'm not sure which is going to hold. It all just kind of depends on what happens with the price here. If it continues to go down and breaking through this pattern, then we'll have to realize that the cup formation may be the actual formation. But as of right now, with the price shooting back up here, that may not come to fruition. We'll have to see what happens. It's KMC 69, the Whataburger. Yeah, see, I don't see this triangle formation holding. I just keep having to draw it out further and further. And low volume's part of the reason, right? I mean, so long as we continue to have low volume like it is right now, it's really easy for them to drop the price on this, and it's really easy for the price to go up too. It's a double-edged sword. Low volume is always dangerous. Dangerous in the fact that it can go in either direction. It favors nobody. The rest of the market is hurting right now. We'll look at it here in just a minute. We got about 7 more minutes before I pull that up. Our outflow versus inflow, 214 to 209. So a 6-point spread, 5-point, sorry, 5-point spread between the two. Not a whole lot. We're only down 1% right now, which is pretty much how everybody else is right now along the group that I monitor. Robinhood's down 1%, Amazon's down 0.37, Cinemark 1.69. Yeah, I mean we're all kind of hovering around the same amount in losses. Just a rough day in the market, I think. Overall, right? So it's good to know it's not just us. I'm trying so hard not to rush the technicals. I want to look at the technicals right now so bad. It's bothering me. I hate doing it on the hour. Sometimes I just want to look at them. Let's check if there's any new 13F filings or NP filings. Okay, nothing on AMC right now. I'm not showing anything. It's just kind of strange. It's been a hot minute since we've had some filings. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start updating the pages. I can't take it anymore. It's driving me nuts. Must do technical analysis. Okay. Switch you guys over. You guys can start looking at it. Alrighty, starting with dark pools. 63%, add 5 to that. We're basically at like 68, 69% of the dark pools already traded into, and the total amount of volume being traded in the dark pools is sitting at like 68, 69%. It says 63, we add 5% to it. That's what the number we come up with. Moving down, they are up to 1.72 million shares borrowed. That is up from 1.45 in the last hour. 1.72. 18.24% of the free float in short interest. And the highest amount of volume is at $45 strike price with 18,000. That is up from, in the last hour, it's up from 6.8 thousand contracts to 18. So it tripled. At $43 strike price, it looks like that still has the highest amount of open interest, volume and interest today. At a $43 strike price, that's up from 5.8 to 12.2. So that, I mean, that right there alone tells me that they're not super confident that they can get it much under 43 bucks in volume. You know, it's basically saying like the confidence level just doesn't seem to be there. And that could be in part due to the fact that they're putting so many shares into the dark pools right now. They know what it would take to get it down that low, and they may not want to borrow that many shares. Moving back over to the main screen, we've got 900,000 shares available to borrow, 5.5 million in the ETFs, 35,000 call options in the money, 111,000 put options out of the money. Big numbers. $2,354 market advancers versus 4,044 market decliners. So the market's definitely struggling today, about as much as it was advancing yesterday. It's now doing the opposite. So the Nasdaq is up just ever so slightly at 0.08%. Dow Jones up at down at 0.19%. S&P 500 down 0.15%. And Robinhood is down 1%. Amazon down 0.36%. Cinemark down 1.75%. Dogecoin is up 0.8%. GME down basically 1.5%. And we are at almost 9%. So we're doing almost exactly what Cinemark is doing right now. I'm going to go ahead and delete this this wedge. It's no longer holding. I'm just going to have to keep moving it out. This is looking ever so much like on a 5-minute scale. It's probably looking a lot like a cup. So we'll look at it on a 1 hour. Actually, let's go back to this. Our inflow versus outflow is probably going to start spiking here a little bit. Let's see what the difference is. Come on, Weeble. 226 to 215. So it was like 6 just a little bit ago. Difference in outflow versus inflow. It is now an 11-point spread between them. We're down 2% and still moving down further. On a 1 hour RSI, we are at 4103. A little bit on the low side, but not terribly low. On a 30-minute interval, we are at this internet connection. 40.78. 40.78. That's a little bit low, not terribly. 5-minute interval. 36.63. So on a 5-minute interval, we're getting close. We're getting close to being oversold. So we did hit that level of 43.64. We broke that level on this 5-minute interval. So you can see the upside down cup formation. This is where I would expect to see this kind of start to spike back up, possibly up to 44 bucks, and then a big drop. We're going to have about a buck drop off of where we're at right now at 43.50 down to 42.50. We'll probably see a level of support right down in here somewhere. I'll draw a little box just so that we can remember. Probably around here. I would look for it to maybe either level off or start to reverse back up again. That's for the future. Moving to a 1 minute scale, you can see we're still heading back down here. We're looking to hit, I think the completion of the cup portion of this hits at 43.34. So that'll be somewhere around here. We'll shoot back up in price. Maybe not even up to 44. That might be too much. Maybe only to like 43.76, somewhere around there. And then the jump down. I guess I could draw it out for you guys. We're gonna start here. Yeah, maybe not that much at all. 43.63 might be more accurate. I have to move the box over a little bit, I think. And if we go to like a 5-minute interval, we'll see if that holds up. I think I'm gonna change this ever so slightly. All right, we'll see if that's where we're going. If it is where we're going, if we are indeed going down there, that might be a good entry point for somebody. I don't expect to see this to continue down further beyond 42.50, especially in the options. You know, they have the options set up right now currently at what was it again? We'll have to go back here and look real fast. Stats. Looks like the open interest, a big portion of it's at 40 bucks. I'm sure they'd love to get down that far, but I just don't see it. I really think that they want to try and drive this underneath 42. 40, anything under 42 would be perfect for them, but this is only showing a drop. This indicator right here, this technical indicator, is only showing a drop to about 42.5. Yeah, we'll see if it holds. I hate being the bearer of bad news, but I'm just trying to tell you guys like it is. You know, I see these technical patterns, and I gotta draw them out. It hurts. It hurts my soul. But you know, it's just it's part of the process. It's what we got to go through. It hurts to grow. You guys ever have growing? Oh, you guys aren't even watching the right page. I'm sorry. I'll take you back there. It hurts. Did you guys ever have growing pains growing up? I did. I had some of the worst growing pains growing up. Man, my legs hurt so bad. I remember I used to hang over the edge of chairs. I would roll up in balls, you know, at night when I go to sleep, and my shins and my knees, they just hurt so bad. I remember really, really bad pains. I used to get like regular headaches on Sundays with the growing pains. I don't know what it was with the weekly Sunday. Maybe it could have had to do with going to church and drinking coffee. I don't know, at such a young age, at like 10. But that may have been what the headaches were from. But I do remember having a lot of pain during those periods of time in my legs, but I grew from it, right? You know, you grow from pain. I think I'm going to leave it just like this. I'm going to take a break here in about 15 minutes. And I'm going to kind of leave this formation here for you guys to just kind of monitor as we're moving through it. So this is going to be a level of support here at 43.34. I would expect us to kind of bounce off that somewhere around there, and then start following this pattern back up. So if you're looking for a good entry point, it's coming up. Man, I can't believe how much they're trading in the dark pools right now. It's insane. Absolutely insane. %68%, 69%. How do you... We haven't even hardly gotten the day started and they're already up that high. I mean, normally it's like in the 50s right now. It's just so much. I want to know, I want to hear from Gensler. What I want to hear is from Gensler. I want to hear what he has to say as to why he thinks that dark pool trading that high is good for our economy. I mean, he even stated as much as half of the entire market's traded into dark pools. What's the point in having a lit exchange if you're trading half of all trades going through the dark pools? Isn't that? I'm pretty sure that's what he reported. What was it, yesterday or the day before? It just makes no sense. Yeah, I think this is gonna be off a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit higher like that. It's gonna be sharper of an edge. And this is actually going to be a sharper of an edge as well. Oh, come on, Weeble. Not now. Not like this. This is going to be sharper of an edge as well. So this box is just simply I think we'll find support at 42.64 on the drop out of this cup, and I think what'll end up happening is we'll probably rebound off of 42.62. I don't know how high back up we'll go. We might kind of consolidate between 42.62 and 42.92. After a big drop like that, consolidation would be, that's what I would expect to see. Damn you, Margaret Thatcher. Damn you. Eat my shorts. I was talking to my son last night about how what I want to do is, and I know this is a terrible person to model this after, but you know how Kramer has like his like switchboard of like different sounds and stuff? I want to get something like that going where I can like hit certain sounds and stuff like a I don't even know what they call those, but I want to have like something set up where I can like play these sounds when certain things are happening. Um, or maybe even have like memes that like just pop up on the page. We're gonna try and work on something like that. I want to see that. I want to see that come to fruition. Just an idea of stuff to do in the future. Wow, this is just still stair stepping down. It's not even crawling up the line. It may not be done yet with the cup. I might be buying some shares. Oh man, I'll tell you what, guys. I cannot wait for the day to shave this beard off. I'm so looking forward to it. That'll probably be the first thing that runs through my mind once we hit like $100 or something like that per share. I think I'm just gonna run straight to the bathroom. I'm just gonna throw the headset down. Don't worry, I'll unmic myself, and I will run for the bathroom and I'm gonna shave this beard off. It is driving me nuts. I can't stand the constant face itching. I was not meant for beards. My wife bought me a brush. I went I went and got it trimmed the other day. Not cut, just trimmed. And they were telling me I needed to buy a brush for the beard, and I was like, I don't do all that. I'm not that kind of. That's too much. I'm a simple man, and I'm like combing a beard hair. I don't even comb my own hair. Why would I comb my beard hair? Sorry, they didn't say comb. They said brush. So my wife went out and she bought me a brush for the beard. I'm a simple man. Ain't got time for brushing. How many of y'all got beards out there? Anyone? Anyone listen? You guys got beards? And if you do you brush it? I want to know. I find it such an odd idea that a man would take time to brush his facial hair. It seems so weird to me. I'm not trying to put you down by any means. I find it so strange. I just don't even brush my own hair. Like I get it nice. Look, hold on a second. You guys are gonna laugh. Straight back. It's just straight back. That's all it ever is. Like I go to bed, I'll sleep on it. It'll be like spiked up like this or something. Just throw a hat on it and it's good to go. I don't have to worry about it. It's easy. I like easy. That's what's so appealing about AMC. You buy, you hold. It doesn't get any easier. It's super super simple. You can't go wrong. I used to cut my hair back when I used to do triathlons. I used to shave my head, not shave, but like a all over, basically. One of those 2-inch guards. I think it's 2 inches. Yeah, I think it's No, it can't be 2 inches. That's pretty long. I don't know what the number two guard does. What is that? Maybe like half inch? I don't know. Something about it's probably close to like a half inch. Let's see. Let's look it up. It's a 1/4 inch. Yeah, so that's what I used to do. I used to do a 1/4 inch all over. Everything. It looked like a buzz cut for the military. And I tell you what, it's easy. You get out in the shower, you wash your hair. It takes like a pea size amount of shampoo, You know, maybe nickel, dime, something like that. You know, whatever. You know, you just put a little tiny bit in your hand. It does all your hair. You're not wasting a whole bunch of product. And then you get out. You don't even have to really use a towel, but a one pass over the top of your head with a towel, you're done. You know, it's so simple. It's so simple. I know. There's ladies out there. I know at least one lady's listening. At least one. There's got to be at least one listening who's going like, "Yeah, it would be nice to have, be able to just really quickly do your hair like that." It is. It's nice. It's really nice. You're done. One and done. Although, there's some ladies who absolutely love getting their hair done, and doing their hair. Not this lady. Not me. All right, we're following this formation pretty good. If I had to redraw this just slightly, I'd probably swing this over just a tad, but I'm going to put it back to where it was. I don't want to be 100% right. I did not like wearing the 1/4 inch look. Mom, you didn't, when did you have 1/4 inch hair? I don't think I ever remember that. Oh, wait, the cancer. I forgot about the cancer. Yeah. But I bet you enjoyed how fast and easy it was to take care of it, though. I bet that was enjoyable. I know for women, it's the looks portion of it is important. So I understand that. I get it. There's some women that don't care though. They just don't. They don't care at all. Sinead O'Connor. Just saying, she shaved her head. Who was another one? I can't think of her name. Ashton Kutcher's ex-wife, Demi Moore. Demi Moore. She had her hair short for a long time. Well, I don't know if it was a whole long time. Um, it's interesting. Some people can pull off, like some women can pull off the short hair thing, and some can't. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I've never been able to figure out what it is or who can do it, but so I think personally myself, some people pull it off better than others. I think it maybe has something to do with the shape of the face or something. I'm not really sure what it is, but it looks better on some women, for sure, than others. Okay, it looks like we've completed the up portion. We did bounce off that 43.64. I would suggest that it's going to start coming back down now. And just in time for me to go to break, and you guys can all watch this dip down to that new low of 42.62. I do believe. Nope, that is not a new low. Our current low is 42.37 from 48.60, so that would still not be a new low for us. It would have to actually dip below 42.37 before we could even consider this outside the range of upward movement. Oh, nice. Yeah. So again, I just want to kind of pull this out just a little bit so you guys can see what it is that I'm talking about before I head off to break. But let's see. We're going back to 8:11. Yeah, 8:11. The low of 29.40, right down here. Ever since we hit, actually, I guess you really could count the 28.57. Did I have 20? Oh, there's 28.57. Yeah, no, but since this low right here, I'm gonna move the page over. 29 since 29.40, we went up to 48.60, and we have not hit a new 20% low since. So basically, since the 11th of last month, We're almost a full month into nothing but upwards movement and never having a 20% down. 20, we've had an 18.5% in here once, which was probably this portion right here, but that was not a synthetic price failure. So we've had nothing but growth for the last 20, almost a full month. I'm not even going to count the days because I'm not in the mood. I'm ready to go to break. So I'm going to go to break, and we're going to watch this more than likely probably drop down into this region down here at 42.62. I'm not sure how. I kind of put this in as a holding support at 43.64. I shouldn't say support, a level of resistance at 43.64, and then dropping. So we'll see if that's what happened. This could make it up to 43.94 before dropping. But I kind of felt like this might be a good stopping point for it before heading back down like the pattern should do to complete its pattern. So we'll see what happens. I'll leave it on the page just like this, and I'll see you guys back here in about 40 minutes. Well, it didn't do that formation at all, did it? I mean, it kind of did, but very strange. Well, let me refresh my pages here, and we'll go over the technicals. I'm gonna leave that up there. Epic failure. Oh shit. Okay, well, refreshing the technicals tells me why that didn't happen. So the dark pools went down. So earlier we were trading at like 64, 65% of the dark pools going into doggone, I gotta log in for Fidelity. Give me a second. We had like 65, 64, 65%, which is about like 69% by the end of the day. Dark pools being traded, and that has been reduced. I gotta log into my Fidelity account real quick here to get the options to show up on the page here. Let's see. Put this over here. This over here. Oh yeah, I can definitely see what's happening here. Okay, so the options should pop up here in a second. But you'll notice this dark pool percentage right here was at 64% earlier. That has dropped down to 61.5, so about 4% more volume has started making it to the lit exchange. But what I want you to notice is the borrowed changed. We're at 3.63% million shares borrowed for today. This is 2 days in a row that they're doing heavy borrowing, and I can tell you exactly why they're doing that. And the reason for that is that they have failure to delivers to cover for. So the on loan amount is going to start increasing. Here comes the failure to delivers, big time. They're going to start shooting up. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 18.55%. It is increasing. So with the we were at 1.72 million shares borrowed at about an hour ago, and now it's up to 3.63. So they're borrowing a lot of shares. Which explains why they aren't extremely enthusiastic on their put options as to being able to knock the price down. Okay. So let's see. Highest level of volume on the call side of the puts is at 45 strike at 29.3 thousand options. That is up from 28.1. These numbers are going to start to kind of not drive up so high. It's the end of the week, right? I mean, why would you buy options at the end of the week? So that is up to 29.3. Oh, I'm sorry. It has that. I was looking at the wrong number. It has actually increased quite a bit. It's up from 18K. It was 18K earlier, and now it's 29.3. So it actually has increased quite a bit. But on the put side, highest level of volumes at $43. It went from 12.2 an hour ago to 19.7 now. It actually is quite a bit of volume considering that it's a Friday. AMC is currently 4th on the list on highest trending with 58% buys over 42% sells. On Stonk Tracker, 1 million shares available to borrow with, see, it's so strange. So these numbers are going up. These numbers are here going up as they're borrowing shares. So that's kind of weird. I have to think about that one. I'll have to figure out how they're doing that. That's kind of odd to see. That must mean that they're finding more available shares to borrow. That's got to be what's happening. That's the only thing that could mean, which means we're going to see utilization drop even further. I mean, because they've already borrowed 3.63 million shares for the day today, yet there's still a massive amount of shares available to borrow. So they're finding shares to borrow from lenders, brokers. 35.7 thousand calls in the money, 111,000 puts out of the money. $2,220 advancers to 4,277 decliners in the market. The Nasdaq is up 0.11%. Dow Jones is down 0.27%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.11%. Let's see. Robinhood is down 2.34%. Amazon is down 0.05%. Cinemark is down 2.59%. It's like a slaughter fest right now in the market, guys. Overall, Dogecoin is up 2%. GME is down 3%. AMC is down like the least out of. I mean, Amazon's probably the only one that's doing really well. That and Doge. AMC is down 1.5%. So this formation did not take. This cup and handle formation. Well, let me pull out to the 5 minute. Well, actually, start at an hour. At an hour, I always kind of start from the top and scan down. RSI is at 43.64, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is at 45.13. And a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 48.24. So RSI is very. I mean, they're all below average. I mean, I don't know what to make of this, honestly. To me, it looks like a cup and handle formation, and it should have trended down. All right, let's draw something else out. It's just a simple wedge. So I can't tell you which direction it's going to break out. But I would likely suggest that there will be a breakout at some point around here. or maybe sooner. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I'm going with right now. Actually, gonna pull this back just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's strange. Strange day today. I mean, we already know. What am I expecting towards the end of the day? Predictions with 005 going in. I don't know. Let's see. We got a couple people saying some things here. I haven't read any of them. Vivamus said he just walked in. John showed up. I'm here now, John. 005 went into play today. 010 was pushed to max 45 days from the 28th of August, I believe. Yeah, that's what I read as well. From what I understand, they have until end of day to meet the requirements set forth by the 005. Yeah, so that's what I was reading today as well. I covered it earlier in the show this morning. I don't remember the exact time that they said that it was going to start impacting, but they had new requirements of a certain amount of money that they had to have set aside, 250,000, I think, versus like I think it was like the 10,000 that they had from before. So I'm kind of scrolling through to see if I can find it here. I don't see it. Let me see here. I'll search. They upped it 25%, or 25 times the previous required amount. Approved today on accelerated basis, and they're doing simulated liquidation on the members. According to this post by Old Improvement 7972. I don't know. I mean, I did expect to see a rip in the later half of today. Volume's so low, guys. 29 million shares. We're like 30 minutes away from halfway through the day, and volume is like just dead. And I really honestly don't know what to attribute that to. But the market as a whole is down across the board. And typically speaking, whenever the market's down, we do well due to the fact that we have that negative beta. I did kind of predict earlier this morning, I think I kind of was saying somewhere between 43 and 46 for a total end price for the day today. Whoever was asking that, let's see, AP, I think you asked. John, I drew some new lines for you. Looks like that cup and handle formation just didn't take the upside down cup and handle. It was doing everything right. I mean, we've got the cup portion here. We had the handle going back up, and when it came down, it just didn't continue down. We are currently at noon, a little past noon right now. I'm trying to find where it said that it was supposed to take place today. I know I saw it earlier. Hold on a second. I swear that I saw a time earlier. There was a post that I saw earlier this morning that showed a time later today that they were supposed to be. They had until a certain time today. I'm just not seeing it. I want to say it's like usually 11, which would have been an hour ago. I mean, maybe that's the reason why the cup and handle formation didn't take place. Let's see, where are we at now? 12, 17, 11 would have been right here. So the price started going back up, and then it did start going down, but it never was able to take off, continuing down. And we did see a change in the dark pool trading, but it's not supposed to be affecting that. I mean, all this is supposed to do is it's a margin. It's a margin covering amount of money that they have to put into what's it called, the clearinghouse. Sort by past hour. No. Past day. Everyone is getting pumped for September 3rd because of NSC 2021-005, but even Cryand and estimating movement sometime mid next week. Even so, 010 can be made effective anytime until September 26th. Point is, hold on for dear life. Well, if it helps you guys any, you can probably tell based on the fact. Oh, here it is. I finally found the time. You can probably tell by the fact that the way that I'm talking about this, I really don't put a whole lot of I don't put a whole lot of hope into these NSCC filings and changing anything. Not immediately, anyways. So it is in fact. I just found the DTCC important notice by the National Securities Clearing Corporation. The NSCC is providing this notice to its members of the implementation and effective date September 3rd, 2021. On the morning of the effective date, members with a fund deposit below 250,000 will incur a deficit that will require funding by 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that would have been 2 hours ago. Or in other words, like right here. Right about here. I wouldn't say it has any impact on what's happening currently. I did see a spike coming towards the end of today, initially, and that stems from, oh, and that post that I just read off right there, that was by Ein Fachman on Reddit. But I really felt like we were going to have kind of like a later half of the day kind of spike up, and that had to do with if we pull back out to the 1 hour, I felt like we were kind of trending along this let me kind of zoom in on it here a little bit. We're trending on the low side of this nice triangular pattern that's going to complete here on the 8th. And if that's the case, then, and I did extend it out. Originally, it was gonna basically kind of close out either on the 6th or on the 7th, but we did have this down morning, and so I extended out just slightly, which means that it's looking more like the closing out on the 8th or in the aftermarket of the 8th. But I would say that, you know, towards the end half of today, this can't continue to go straight, or it's going to be dangerously close to the bottom here. So I did expect to see somewhat of an upwards movement, and then typically, you know, like Monday, you know, if we finish in the positive today, even if it's just a fraction of a hair positive, Monday we'll end up seeing an up day, and so we'll probably see retesting of this $48 and what is it, 50 cents, $48.36 level, and then testing, maybe coming back down at some point somewhere in these 2 days here, and then coming back down and then breaking back out eventually. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Again, this is a wedge that I created right here. I have no idea whether it's going to break out or up or down. I wouldn't call it a breakout quite yet. I usually only count breakouts when a whole candlestick is outside of the wedge. Yeah, I mean, they're borrowing like crazy. I'm showing 3.63 on mine, but I haven't updated Ortex. Let me update it real quick. Nope, it's higher than that. It's 4.31. 4.31 million shares borrowed. Insanity. Man. I'm telling you, they are using these to cover. If they were using these to drop the price, we'd be seeing a price drop, but we're not. We're seeing sideways trading, and we're seeing most of our positive movement going into dark pools. So where are these borrowed shares going? And if we pull up this right here, it shows that we've got 1 million shares worth of available to borrow, and 5.5 million shares in the ETFs. They're returning shares. They're returning shares to make up for failure to delivers that are just stacking upon stacking upon stacking. And this is going to cause, again, I'll just go back to it, you know, in case, I know you guys have heard it, but I'm going to throw it out there one more time. This is what's happening, right? We'll get rid of this. This is your on loan amount. It's starting to increase. This is on your on loan average age per day. That's starting to decrease. This is them covering old loans. They're covering old loans because if they don't, they're screwed. So now if I pull up failure to delivers, the same thing happened back here. On loans went way down, and then as they started to come back up, they started borrowing more shares. The older loans started getting covered, but then you have failure to delivers that just start stacking up. You see them stack up during that time when the on loan goes up and the on average loan day go down. So that's what's happening right now. We're having these numbers are starting to approach each other, which means we have a bunch of failure to delivers that are stacking on top of each other. You can already see it starting to rise right here. Of course, it's not reporting the last 15 days from the August 16th to current, but you know, I can guarantee you that this is stacking up right now. It's just stacking, stacking, stacking. I can't even tell you how high it is. I can tell you that this on loan average age per day is almost as high as it was back when we had, you know, the price increase that we had back in early June. Typically speaking, when we saw a fall off on this pattern, we saw a price increase. No, we didn't see it until after. So this event occurred after the price increase occurred. Usually it was before. And we didn't see a big, huge price increase here. And I think that was because there were some shares that might have been sold off during that period of time. Let's see. Yeah. 50.5 and 1 million shares. So 51.5 million shares were basically sold by, or dilution occurred from AMC in early June, which is why that number dropped and we didn't see a huge price increase. I'm telling you guys, every single time they've share diluted AMC stocks, it's caused us to not MOAS. Every single time, it's like it's obvious. It's very, very obvious what's happening. You can't convince me otherwise. So this time we're not going to have share dilution. So these numbers are going to start to squeeze down. They're covering and they're having to cover with borrowing shares because they're not getting any share dilution. Brand new shares are just magically appearing for them to be able to use to cover with. So this is coming out of their pockets now, like deep, hardcore pockets, and it's going to hurt bad. It's going to really start tacking on. I have not. Yes, John, they are covering old loans with new loans. I have not read that yet, Vivamus. Let me check it out real quick here. To read the post. For some reason, my there we go. Let me check it out. I'll check out that that user's post and see what it has to say. I'll read it with you guys. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time finding this person. Okay, Amazon, Bain Capital, and Citadel bust out of the competition. Oh, I like Superstonk's new. That is really. I haven't visited Superstonk in a while. I love their thing at the top, the Crayola crown that's all ground up and then a dollar bill rolled up and looks like they're snorting crayon. That's awesome. All right, so what is a bust out? In a bust out scheme, the identity and credit line of a business are used to obtain loans and goods with no intention of repayment. In some instances, businesses are created for the sole purpose, and other legitimate businesses are acquired and used for the fraud. Does this have to do with the oh yeah. I think this has to do with Amazon. Excuse me. So yeah, so there's basically been a lot of people who are kind of suggesting right now that Bain Capital was started and run by a little-known figure, Mitt Romney. This is quite a huge read, guys. So I'll post it up here. I'll post it up here for you guys to read it because it's such a big read that I don't know if I want to sit there and read all that on here. But let's see. Yeah, it's a very long read. But yeah, I mean, basically to summarize it, it's basically kind of saying like, a lot of the reasons that companies like Blockbuster, Radio Shack, Toys R Us, a lot of these companies were kind of taken out by, uh, you know, Jeff Bezos. It looks like maybe they're suggesting that there's some kind of Mitt Romney with this Bain Capital. But yeah, they're suggesting that that they have conspired to try and knock out competition, so to speak, by using, I guess hedge funds in order to. There was a whole list. I read a list where basically it shows like step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and it all had to do with like what they did to basically kind of destroy some of these companies. So they're saying the gang members are Amazon's the leader, Citadel's the dealer, Bain Capital's the butcher, the Washington Post and the Motley Fool are the liars. Oh, and here's the plan. Step 1, here it is right here. Identify the target, the leader. Install or acquire inside man on the board of the company, maybe the CEO or the CFO. Spread rumors about the target through the media. Create a class action lawsuit against the company. Fire up the printers and flood the markets with fake shares of the company, driving the share price through the floor. Company either declares bankruptcy or is delisted from the exchange. Perform a leverage buyout of the company, bust it out, acquires other competition to capture and kill. And then the company is so saddled with debt it can no longer stand. Kill the company and let the wolves feed off its carcass. Who is the butcher? Bain Capital. Job done. Amazon kills its competition. Bain Capital makes its pile while busting out the company. And Citadel keeps all the money it made selling fake shares. It's a perfect foolproof plan until it's not. I know one group of people had said that, like, in this particular plan, the idea that Adam Aaron, is the CEO or CFO, that's the inside man, would be false. I don't know. What do I think about all this? I mean, I'm just a dumb ape who eats crayons for a living. And I guess what I would have to say about it is it definitely seems plausible that Amazon could, be looking for ways to destroy their competition, to gain extra strength in the market. I do feel like some of those companies were just kind of going out of business irregardless. Let me see what else you guys are writing here. Yeah. I'll have to go back through and reread that whole thing and see, because I know I've read bits and pieces and portions of it. But yeah. I definitely think Amazon could be a part of trying to destroy some companies. Well, that's what companies do. They acquire other companies, and if you wanted to acquire a company that you were interested in, or taking some of their business, having them go out of business would certainly help, or having their company be easier to acquire would help. So I wouldn't put that too far-fetched. However, we did see, one of the interesting things, and this is part of the reason why I'm tracking Amazon on one of my as one of my indicators. When I heard Jeff Bezos was stepping down, I kind of took that as like a sign that Jeff Bezos was seeing a possible turn in the market, and he was maybe trying to protect his money, and so he was kind of separating himself from the company, and so I thought, maybe we need to start watching Amazon stock and seeing, of course, if the market does go down, we're going to see it in Amazon first, because that's the heartbeat of America right there, as far as its buying power goes. So yeah, so that's why I started watching it. I really felt like Amazon, there was something there. There's something to be watched with Amazon. Plus, we also knew that there was a possibility, at least at some point, people had considered the idea that Amazon might try to buy I almost said Cinemark, AMC at some point, and that may no longer be a possibility. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed this or not. I only watch Cinemark because I want to see how the movie theater does in general, but I kind of went back quite a bit of ways. I want to say it's maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you guys may have remembered when I said this, and I actually drew this descending Look at this. You can see it right here. I mean, it looks to me like they're getting short attacked. And so I started to think like, huh, I wonder if Cinemark's now getting short attacked because maybe they're changing their tactics and going after Cinemark instead of AMC because there's so much backing on AMC, it's too difficult to go after. But then they ended up having a breakout, looks like 2 weeks ago or so. I haven't since redrawn the lines, but I'm only watching Cinemark just because they're competitors to AMC, and I want to see how, in general, the movie theater business is doing. And so I feel like that's a good place to see. But I do feel, I mean, they do look like they were getting shorted back here. There's a lot of short ladder attacks happening right in here. Yeah, it is an interesting read. It's a very interesting thought. It's a very interesting thought to think that there's a possibility that Amazon is trying to acquire a movie. If you think about it, they could use them as distribution centers as well, right? Like if they acquired a movie chain, not only could they have their own source for in-house movies, but they would also have distribution centers everywhere, and it would make it that much more simpler for them to have like satellite distribution centers. So it kind of makes sense. At least it does to me. Or they could even be like kiosks at movie theaters that you go to pick up your mail. They wouldn't have to deliver to you. So you go to the movie and then pick up your package or something like that. 'Yeah, I agree. This is grinding right down to the bare bone here on this wedge. And again, on a wedge like this, I can't predict if it's going to go up or down. It could go either way. It does seem to be breaking out down right now, though. $43.34 is our next level of support. I need to line up another interview. I'm gonna have to I gotta try and start pulling in some interviews here. Since I got back from vacation, I really didn't line anything up. I thought I'd do most of my lining up for interviews after. But I want to try and set up an interview for next week. And see if I can't get somebody on here to talk about some of the stuff that we're seeing. I had somebody that I thought was gonna work out, but I haven't gotten a message back from him yet, so it may not go through. Yeah, I'd say we're breaking out of this now. 43.34 is gonna hold. I really wanted to see us hold 44 bucks before the close of today. I'm really hoping for that late afternoon push, starting at around maybe like 1 o'clock, 1:30. Volume super low, 30 million shares traded in basically half the day. So I mean, unless there's a huge spike up in volume, just absolutely just returns like a banshee out of hell. 40 to 60 million was my volume prediction for today. It's looking really, it's looking like it's going to be what it is. Maybe on the high end of that 40 to 60. Maybe like 50, 53, 55. 12:55 launch countdown. I mean, I've got this box here indicating a breakout of this wedge, and it is breaking out of this wedge. But this is by no means a strong breakout. You know, the volume is just so doggone low. What are we trading at per minute? 50,000 shares a minute. Back-to-back minutes that are just about 50,000 shares a minute. That's really low. 250 is where we should be. That's what I like to see, 250. Low, low, low. But the market's not looking strong in general. So it's just kind of it's a dead day. We are going into a 3-day weekend, don't forget. That's going to be extra nice. What is our inflow to our outflow? $293 to $305, so like 712. Oh no, 13, sorry. No, that is right. 12. 12-point spread between inflow and outflow for a 2% loss. Eh. You know, I'm with you. I'm with you, Vamos. It's kind of got to that point to where, like, I think I might be past it now. I think I might be past it. I'll let you know come Tuesday. But there was a point in time where the 3-day weekends were murder. But now, to be honest with you, I'm enjoying the 3-day weekends as much as I can. It's nice to have like a battery refresh. I can't even imagine doing, these guys that are on the floor of the trade of the NYSE, trading and whatnot, doing this Monday through Friday. It seems like it would be such a grind. I can't even imagine. Those guys are probably really sharp people. Yeah, I might have to take the family out and go watch that what is it? Shang-Chi movie, The Ten Rings. I think that might be a good movie to go watch. I'm definitely into like seeing like Marvel movies in the movie theater. I can't remember which one it was. We waited until it came out on where I don't even know where we watched it at. It must have been Disney. I don't remember which movie it was, but we saw it finally on Disney. And seeing a Marvel movie in the movie theater is just so much better. It's not nearly the same thing. Yeah, it looks interesting. I'm really actually I honestly have no idea. I want to say I'm a Marvel fan, but I'm not like that kind of Marvel fan. I can't honestly say that I've ever gone out and purchased Marvel comics. Maybe once in my life when I was a lot younger. Um, so I don't know who this person is, who this hero is, but it'll be interesting to see a different person. I was talking about this morning. I think Howard Duck was probably one of the first Marvel movies I've ever seen, and I don't know if many people know that that was a Marvel movie. And apparently, he was in Endgame. He made a cameo in that movie, and I saw a picture of it online. It was kind of interesting. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. It definitely broke out. 43, 34. Will that hold? If we get a couple different hold points here, right? 2 points here and then a down angle, we could have a bearish, it would be a bearish triangle forming up. So I'd almost rather see this continue to drive down a little bit further so we could have like more of a descending parallel channel, which I could set up probably right about now. It's getting close. Something a little bit like this. I would rather see this than the because this is a bullish indicator. What we could be seeing though is something that looks like this. That's not good. Because this right here would mean that this would come down here somewhere and break out and go down further. I would rather have the other a descending parallel channel that is squeezing to a point against maybe like 43, 34 and then busting back out somewhere. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to draw this one for right now, and we'll see what happens. Actually, I'm going to put them both up there. Yeah, so this key point is 43, 34. It's either going to find its way down into this wedge right in here and break out going down further, or it's going to break out going up. This is the key point right here. Boy, this low volume is killing me, guys. Have you ever gone to another stock and watched the level 2 book orders on a really just a normal trading day? Like for example, like Amazon. Let's go look at it for just a second. Because they only trade, you got to remember, they only trade on average 3.29 million shares a day, right? You go over here and you watch the order book, and it's just like, it's so slow. It's like, actually, it's moving pretty good right now. Cinemark's probably a good one to look at. Yeah, it's just so slow. It's like watching paint dry. If I had to watch one stock all day long and it looked like this stock, I would have a difficult time doing that because it just moves nowhere. I mean, that's half the fun, I think, in monitoring AMC is just how volatile it is. All right, 3 goals I'm going to have for myself for this weekend. Reboot my computer. I'm laughing because I know I have guys who know that I never reboot my computer, and I'm sure they're going like, "Thank God." Reboot my computer, download all the updates and everything. 2 is to watch The Big Short, and 3 I think I'm gonna go watch The Ten Rings in the movies, AMC. I think that's going to be the plan for this weekend. I wonder if my wife, I don't think she has any plans for tomorrow. I'm going to suggest it to her. Shoot, we may have waited too long. I haven't even checked the movie theaters at all. I think that came out this weekend, right? Oh man, I hope I didn't miss my opportunity to get some seats in advance. Where the heck did my app go? I downloaded the AMC app and now I can't find it on my phone. Oh, there it is. Found it. I do have it, really I do. You know what's interesting? I tried to hook up I tried to get into the shareholder portion of the app. I'm not sure what it's called exactly. And there's a way that you verify that you're a shareholder, and it didn't work for me, so I always just gave up on it. Here we go. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. 7:20 p.m. Oh, guys. That's what it oh man. You guys don't even have the camera up right now. All right, there we go. I was showing you that I had it and I didn't. That is a full what you're seeing right there is a full movie theater. Completely. I can't even get a seat. Not a single seat available. No, I take that back. There's 5 seats. There's 5 seats and I got a family of more than 5. I can't do that. All right, let's see what else we got here. 350. Okay, there's some more seats available at 350. I might be able to do this. Not any really good seats though. Oh man. Their 450's all full, 820's all full. I waited too long. Looks like I'll be going to Lakeline to go to the movies. Yeah, that's much more open. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. You gotta get movie tickets these days way in advance. They really book up pretty quickly. All right, so we are indeed breaking out down. It looks like I want to see a full bar make it past this this line right here. And I know this sounds really odd for me to say. I really hope this goes down further. But if it does, then we're gonna be trading in this descending parallel channel, which is way better than being trading on a signal for a bear signal of a triangle. That would tend to mean that when it breaks out, it's going to go down a lot further. Whereas the other one, this indicator, this descending parallel channel is a bullish indicator when it breaks out. So that's what we want to see. Uh-oh. Here it goes up. No. It's hovering right around that 43.34. It is the point. The buy side looks really strong right now on the order book. The sell side not so much. Okay, it's about time. It's getting real close. I'm going to start updating screens here in just a minute. Our volume actually is leveled off. I mean, it's pretty consistent around anywhere between 60 and 80,000 shares a minute. That's actually a good sign. If we can see it level off here and then start to pick up towards the end of the day like it typically does in about an hour, that's a good sign. I like seeing that it's not continuing to drop. Okay, here we go. We're breaking down past that bullish, or sorry, that bearish indicator. Who was it? John, were you saying a bear trap in here somewhere? I think you were. think I'm going to put this up here. I need to start putting this at the top. I'm just going to pin this up to the top here. I kind of want people to see this when they come in, so that they know that there's technical analysis every hour on the hour. Wow, this is breaking out down below even this descending parallel channel. That's very odd. What is this doing? What is the Bollinger saying about this? Yeah, this is unusual movement. This is a short ladder attack. Okay, guys. They're gonna shoot for a new low below 42. Here it comes. Yep. Boom. There it goes. They're gonna run this. They're gonna try and run this under 42 right now. They're using the kind of like it's a dead moment. They're gonna try and do a surprise attack down. This is super unusual movement. It broke two different indicators. That yeah, just super unusual movement. This should not have happened at all. Those were both good indicators. So they're going to try and drive this price right down to 42 as hard as they possibly can. They're going to try to drop it past 42 to kind of cover for the shares that, or the options that are out of the money currently on the put side. So there's quite a few right there. If they can drive this under 42, it'd be optimal for hedge funds. Nice little surprise attack there. That's 42. It increased to 42 today. It was 40 Wednesday, 41 on Thursday, and then Friday today is 42. Is max pain. I'll put you guys over to the other page real quick, and you can see it. I got it up there. You can see max pain 42, just above the options section. Unless it changes midday. I don't think it changes midday. I haven't updated it. Well, let me update it just in case. Yeah, it's still 42. Man, this is really abnormal movement. This is so far outside the Bollinger, it's not even funny. These last 3 minutes are just trading way below the lower standard deviation. So I do have a marker down here, guys, at 4150. I don't think they're going to try to drop it below 4150. SSR for today is 3994. I can't imagine that they're going to want to drop it below that. The 4150. This is going to cost them. It's going to cost them some pretty shares to get this down there. And there's at least 3 different levels of fighting here to get to there that they're going to have to push through. Man, that's one heck of a quick attack there. That was a surprise. Did they borrow shares for that? I'm not showing anything. 4.79. All right, it's time for me to. Yeah, they did borrow some shares. It's time for me to update everything, all the pages. So let me do that real quickly, and then I'll put you guys over, and we'll do a little technical analysis real quick. All right, putting you guys over to the other page. Options will refresh in just a second. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right, Vavamus. I do. I really do think you're right. I kind of I felt like there was going to be a later half of the week. Well, why didn't my options update? Later half of the week. I said later half of the week, and I meant later half of the day. Drive up in price. Okay, starting with dark pools right here. We got 61. We're gonna add 5% to that, so we're trading about 66% in the dark pools right now. Borrowed shares for the day is at 4.79. That is massive. Massive. Anything over 3 million is massive. That is big. 4.79. Not as big as yesterday. Yesterday was 5.55. But 2 days in a row with massive amount of borrowing. That's going to equate to some movement in price. Big movement in price in the next 2 days. Just watch. You're going to see. It's going to happen. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 18.73%. I want to pull up Vortex. I want to check something out on that. Let's see. Strike price of 45 on the calls is at 33,000.1. That is up from 29.3. 33.1. And on the put side, highest level volume at 43 with 28,365. That is up from 19.7. So yeah, if you were watching the options, you'd have seen this coming. 28.3. Hold on a second, my doorbell rang. I'll be right back. On the back side of my truck, I got honk if you honk for your favorite stonk or something like that on the back of my truck. And the dude honks his horn. He had just delivered, it was USPS or something like that. They just delivered a package, and the guy honks. Go AMC, he says. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, calls and puts. 33.1 for a $45 strike price. So they're under 43. So they're going to get that big chunk of volume that they've got there at $43 strike price in the money now. So that's going to help them out quite a bit. I'm sure they were stressing over that to some extent. I know I would have been if I was them. All right, let's check Vortex out real quick. Pull this up and over. I wanted to check utilization specifically. Utilization. What do we got here? No, that's not what I wanted to check. What did I want to check? There's, oh, yes, estimated current short share, this one right here. Wow. Okay. I just wanted to see what it was back when we had the big price increase in June, and it looks like it was about 17.47. Leading up to that, it was about 19.39. So we're getting really close to being back in that estimated short share interest range from where it was when we had those big price hikes back in June. So it's getting close. It's getting really close. Interesting to see. All right, AMC is 1, 2, 3, 4th and trending on Fidelity. Currently with 58 buys over 42% sells. That is not in shares, that is just in trades. But I still think that's a good indicator that we're doing anything over, I usually say 60% is a good number. So 58's real close. And Stonko Tracker says that there's lots of shares to borrow. 1 million just regular ones and 5.5 million ETF. 35,000 in the money call contracts. 111,000 out of the money put contracts. at the current price of $43.12. Oh, that must mean that it's going back up in price. We'll get there. We'll see it in a second. On the market, 2,406 advancers to 4,123 decliners. So the market's suffering a little bit. Nasdaq is up 21.21%. Dow Jones is down 0.21%. S&P 500 down 0.04%. Robinhood is down 2.31%. Amazon 0.04%. Down. Cinemark down 3.43%. Doge is up 1.52%. GME is down 4.77%. Ooh, $10. Ouch. I don't know. It seems hefty to me because that's, for us, that $10 would be a lot, but I guess to them it's not a whole lot. 43.18. Let's see. We're running at 43.18. We're down 2.76%. And let's look at our intervals. 1 hour RSI is low at 38.15. Not super low, but it is low. On a 30-minute interval, it's at 38.10. This is the case to be made where, if this drops too much further down, we're going to see that pop back up. On a 5-minute interval, we are currently at 35.3. So it's getting down there. Yeah, after this kind of manipulation right here, it's got to pop back up a little bit. So it hit $42.92 support line and started popping back up. They really hit it hard though. They really did attack it pretty quickly. Inflow versus outflow. $336 to $317, so almost a 19-point spread between inflow and outflow. 19-point spread with $3 down. That seems about right. That seems about what we would usually see. Looks like it's going to retest 42.92. I'm looking for a pattern. Duncan, welcome back. Good to see you again. Good evening. I guess it's technically evening for both of us, seeing as how it's 12:07 my time. I mean afternoon technically, but it is PM. What you got for us, Duncan? You got anything? I do want to mention real quickly here that the dark pools have been dropping. So earlier today we were close to about 65%, which, you add the extra 5% on top of there, and we were trading like 69%. Now we're only trading like 66% in the dark pools. So it's dropping. They're letting some more of the trades hit the lit market, which is unusual. I'm going to go ahead and draw out something here. Nope. Why wouldn't it be crazy if these intersect right at the end of the day? Not quite. we were to base it off of something like that, another wedge formation. I tend to think that, just based on what I'm seeing right here, I tend to think that what's going to happen is this 42.92 is going to hold. If it doesn't hold, I'm pretty certain that 42.62 will. I really do feel like this attack right here that we just had, I do really feel like that was a push to try and get this down to below 42. It didn't quite work out for them. They hit this level of 42.92 and it held. So I think there is some significance to that number. We are oversold right now. So knowing the fact that we're oversold and that this is a descending wedge, it would lead me to believe is that more than likely this will break out going up because the RSI is so low. We're oversold. So if we're oversold, that means it's got to go up. So that's what I'm going with right now. We did have a nice little spike up in volume right there. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we're going to break out of this moving up. This is a wedge pattern, so I can't say definitively that this will be a breakup going up, but due to RSI just being as low as it is, it's not super low, but it's lower than average. I do think this is going to trend upwards. Love that SI increase. I do too. Good sign. Either afraid of something or struggling to keep the price even with low volume. Yeah, my guess is both 7 p.m. for you and seen something on the 010 pushback to November. We'll have to confirm. Yeah, that I had seen that like a 40 something day extension on that, which would put it into November, right? Aren't we in September now? Yeah, we're in September. September 3rd. Gosh, I can't believe that the end of the year is here. It's happening too fast. I feel like just yesterday was like June. Man, time flies when you're having fun, I guess. I'm really proud of the ape community. This has been one hell of a battle. 9 months we've been, well, 8 months really. 8 months we've been holding on to these stocks through the thick and the thin. And I'm proud of the ape community for holding on because, in all honesty, there's been plenty of indicators that could drive people away from this, and we're still holding it. It's amazing. It's really amazing to see such support for the company. It really is. 005 was supposed to take place today, Duncan. We know that the margin requirements or I don't even know if that's the right terminology. Let me see what it's called. Did I not save that? Oh, I'm so bad. How did I not save that? I believe that I should have upvoted it at least. Sorry, give me a second here. I'm pretty sure the margin requirement is that they had to go up to $250,000. Yeah, here it is. I got to give this an upvote so I don't lose it. NSCC is providing the notice to its members of the implementation and effective date September 3rd, 2021. On the morning of the effective date, members with a fund deposit below $250,000 will incur a deficit that will require funding by 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So at 10 o'clock this morning, if they had a deficit, they would have been margin called to get that money. $250,000 isn't a whole lot, though. In all honesty, it was. The current amount was $10,000. Having to increase that to $250,000, I don't think that's all that much. Of course, I don't know how that would impact. I mean, it's only $250,000. It seems to me like that's a drop in the bucket for a company like Citadel. But there are other companies out there who might choke at the idea of having to have that much in their deposit. For the NSCC. The 250,000, hopefully it will affect some of the smaller hedge funds starting a chain reaction. To be honest, I don't think it will matter too much for the larger one. I don't either. Not putting too much faith in it though. Yeah, me either. I've seen so many of these NSCC filings go through, and I don't really feel like they've done anything to impact our future, to impact the future of the stock market in general. Once everything's all said and done with this squeeze, it may have an impact. But I think that they're continuing to let things happen the way that they're happening, until they can minimize the impact of what's going to happen to the market when this does squeeze. I don't think any chairman of the SEC wants to be in charge when the market crashes as big as it's probably going to crash. Hence the reason for them legitimately trying to minimize the impact that it's going to have. I'm going to check and see if we have any new... Wow, we still have no new NP or 13F filings on AMC. Very surprising. Remember that our previous low was $42.37. I still have that as a low that was only 12.8% down from the 48.60 that we hit on like Wednesday morning pre-market, I believe. In fact, I need to write that down because I don't have the date written down for that. So let me go back in time here just a little bit for a second, guys. Yeah, 48.60 would have been on. I'm pretty sure it was the pre-market of the first. 9/1. And the reason I don't have that date written down is because I felt like there's a chance. We've basically, what I've got written down here is that since 8/11, where is that at? 8/11 right here. From 8/11 until our current point in time, we have been on a steady increase and never had a 20% or more downswing. I think we might have had an 18.5% somewhere in here. It might have been this one. Yeah, I think it was this one right here. When we got up to 48, I think it was 48.30, we had a downswing down to the bottom of like 39 something, it was 18.5% of a downswing, and then we kept on going up. So we've been on a permanent increase. You know, you can draw a line right here, and it looks like it might jump out like once right here, but it's still not a 20% decrease. But you can draw a line right up through the top up here, and we're following that trend. We're just on a constant upwards incline. This is an example of it right here, the bottom side of this triangle, and we're still on that climb. So hopefully we see that touch point of $48 Tuesday or Wednesday, and then the breakout on Thursday. Let's see what you're writing here, Duncan. As I understand, if the 005 triggers margins, we will see the result within 2 trading days. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I would think the deadline's today. Whether or not they have 2 days to try and cover that, my understanding was the deadline. Let me check it out again here. It says here that if the members don't have the 250,000, will incur a deficit that will require funding by 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It says requires. It doesn't say. I think they had to have it by this morning, by 10 a.m. no later. So that I would think, if I'm not mistaken, from one of the earlier filings, doesn't the DTCC basically kick in and start automatically clearing or start doing margin calls in order to create the liquidity? They have like 24 hours, something like that. I don't know. It's pretty short. I can't imagine that they couldn't come up. I mean, I would feel like they knew that was coming. I would feel like finding $250,000 to put into your deposit for the DTCC would probably be pretty easy to do for most companies. I mean, they only had to have 10,000 before, so it is a pretty big hike up. Which leads me to wonder, how much revenue does that generate, right? Like if you're increasing, I wonder how much. Isn't it like 90? How many companies is it that belong to that? I'm gonna have to look it up later. Let me see what the difference is. So assuming that there's 90 companies or 90 participants in that with the DTCC, which I think there might actually be more than that, but if there was only 90 of them, then that would be an increase of $21.6 million, which is really not that big. I'm trying to remember how many companies participate in that. Let me see. Oh, geez. That's a big Excel file. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. Don't want to blast you guys' ears out. Okay, I'm gonna just pull this up on the page. You guys probably don't really care to see this, but I'm just gonna do it for the shits and giggles. This is this is a list of all of the firms that are part of the NSCC. So you can just scroll forever. Now, what I don't understand, obviously some of these are multiples, and I don't know if they, obviously, like you can see, like right here, they're multiple of the same company. What I don't know is if every single time they have a single entity that's covered in here, I don't know if they would have to have $250,000 per each one of these, or it's just something I don't understand. But if I scroll down to the very bottom, there is a total of 3,495 entries, right? So we could just do a little bit of math. Figure each one of these guys has to have $10,000 in the funds. Multiply by 34.95. That comes up with that number. Write this down on the side because I'm not very good with calculators. 3.950. Okay, and then you take the same value, right? 34.95 times the 250,000 required to have in there. Subtract the original amount. So close to $1 billion added to the NSCC fund. If that's how that works. I mean, I don't even know if that's the case or not. I'm making a lot of assumptions right there. It's a lot of accounts. If there's really that many accounts out there that each one has to have 250,000 in there, I mean that's pretty rough. It's going to be a lot of upset companies. I mean, it's got everybody in there. Wells Fargo. I'm just looking at it off to the side. Oh, heck, even USAA's in there. USAA Life Insurance Company. That's who I have insurance through. Not life insurance, though. I wonder if Citadel is in here. I mean, it's got to be, right? I'm curious. I'm scrolling up to the top. I didn't actually check it to see if they were in here, but it'd be interesting to see. Citadel's not listed. Not under Citadel, anyways. BlackRock's in here. What would Citadel be listed as? How about Melvin Capital? That should be in here. Melvin Capital's not in here. Huh. Who else do we know is shorting AMC besides Melvin Capital and Citadel? There was a big company that just came out recently that said that they were taking a shorting position. Do you guys remember who that was? I can't remember off the top of my head. I just want to see if they're in here on this list. Me? You are not shorting this. Give me a break. But if you are, you're doing it through a broker. And if you are, you're making the second biggest mistake you've ever made. Which is probably worse than the first biggest mistake you've ever made. Oh man. I've actually read people who said that they were shorting. I've read posts of people who said that they were shorting AMC. It might be lucrative short term for them, but I would hate to be on the wrong side of that. Who are the companies? There's got to be companies. Let me see. I'm just going to look it up. Hmm. Okay, I actually looked it up on Fintel myself. There's actually quite a big list here. And it actually shows. I'm gonna pull this up on the page. This is really kind of neat to look at. So this is Fintel's funds to closing short positions, and you can go through here and you can see every single one of them. 1 to 77. 77 different companies are shorting this, and you can see on what kind of value that they're shorting the stock by. As an example, Citadel has a very large put position. Current shares, previous shares. That's got to be, I think you have to divide this by 100 because this has got to be in contracts because it's a put. Current shares. Huh. So Jane Street Group LLC is actually shorting just ever so slightly more. Is that right? I think that's right. Sorry, I'll take my face off here. I keep forgetting to do that. All right, I mean, look at this. Susquehanna International Group, they are the biggest shorter of AMC, period. Hands down. Nope. Take that back. Levin Capital Strategies. We've been talking about Citadel this whole time. They don't even have half the size as Levin and Susquehanna International Group. Who is this? We're going to have to do some digging here, guys. All right. Anyways, no. I said Levin. This isn't Levin. Okay, I can't really bet. All right, sorry. Simplex. Simplex LLC is the highest. Let me go back to that Excel file and see if I can find Simplex on here. Because I'm kind of curious if like all of these companies don't exist on this list. Is it possible that they got kicked out? There's not a single, you're telling me there's not a single S? There we go. Simplex, SIM. Simplex isn't on this list. This list is the list that I pulled. All right, I'm gonna go back to the top here and tell you what it says. No, I can't do that because it doesn't say at the top. Okay, I went to NSCC member directories. All right, and I went to this site right here. I'll put it down in the conversation. I went to that site right there. I went to, on that page, if you go to NSCC member directory, you can click on that and it downloads you that Excel file, which should be everybody who's a member of NSCC. Every single company that I've looked up so far that has short positions is not listed on that list. Let me try the next biggest one, Susquehanna. I'll put it back on the stocks for you guys so you don't have to look at that. Right as it starts to drop down below out of that wedge. Alright, let's see here. Susquehanna. I'm not seeing it. They don't exist on the page. Okay, let's find another one. Let's find one that we know has got to be on there. I mean, I would think Citadel would have to be on there, but let's try something else. Let's try Bluefin Capital. I've heard that name several times before. Bluefin Capital. There's Blue Rock, but no Bluefin. Very interesting. Did they get kicked off of the members because they were outside of the limitations in margin? This is going to take somebody much smarter than myself to figure this out. Yeah, this is definitely going to take somebody a lot smarter than me to, this is something that I would hand over to somebody like Charlie to look at, trying to figure out whether or not the NSC member directory does not include any of the companies that we know are shorting AMC. It's really cool that we can actually look it up and see how much of a short position they have. What I really should do is save this somewhere so we can see if companies are folding their positions. I mean, it looks to me like there's at least a few that aren't in this any longer. As an example, you've got JP Morgan. Looks like they might have been shorting AMC, but are no longer in a short position. Whether or not that was actually like investors that were in JP Morgan, because it does say JP Morgan US large cap. So there was, I guess there was a fund, a class 1 fund that was shorting AMC at some point. It doesn't say when. I wonder if I can click on it, it'll show me. Yeah, it doesn't say when. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . It just says that the filing date was 8/24. So it could have been recently that they got out. Maybe like the second quarter. Sometime in the second quarter, maybe. And it was a pretty big position. I can't find any of the companies. None of the companies who are shorting this stock are showing up in that list. NSCC members at all. I'm going to send a message to Charlie. I'm going to send him a message and say, hey, can you take a look at this? I'm kind of curious to see what he has to say about it. I don't know that he'll necessarily entertain the idea, but I am curious as to why. I'm seeing things in here like E-Trade Securities is in here. I mean, there's some big names in here that are part of this NSCC membership. Fidelity's in here. I mean, here's tinfoil hat on, right? Because I don't have any proof. But if they did have to kick out all of the companies who were over leveraged and could no longer be covered by the clearinghouses, and they got kicked off as members of the NSCC, then the reason that they may have increased the amount of money that the companies needed to put down is because of the fact that some of the big players are out now, and they needed to cover the difference. Goldman Sachs in here. Okay, remember I just said JP Morgan had a shorting position with AMC, but no longer does, and they got rid of it in the second quarter. JP Morgan still exists on this list here. That's one of the ones that is on this list. Interesting. And what would that mean if they're no longer a part of the membership of the NSCC? If that means that they're not being insured anymore, or does that mean that's what that means? There's a lot of questions I have here. I don't know. Morgan Stanley's on here. Nationwide. Too much stuff. I'm going to go insane. I mean, you could throw me a company name and I can check out and see. Oh, you're saying that the companies that are shorting, well, but we know Citadel's in the United States. You're right. You're right, though. Some of them, yeah, that makes sense. I got you. Bluefin is, yeah, okay. So that would make sense why they're not on the list then. But Citadel should be on the list. Citadel should be on there. They're not on there. I'm not sure of any of the others, honestly. I'm going to send that information over to Charlie and see if he'll take a look at that. He's the kind of guy that can dig into stuff like that really deeply. Not me. I don't have the attention span for it. I just don't. Maybe it's because weed's not legal in this state. Come on, Texas. No, I'm just kidding. That would not help me at all. I can guarantee that would not help me. Let's see here. We are appears to be dropping out the bottom side of this of this wedge. Remember that our low is 42.37. So we're still a little bit off of that. What are we at? Now, you guys aren't even looking at the there. I got it back up there for you. I wonder if that number is. I'm gonna have to update that here in a little bit. I'm telling you, the estimated current short share interest is absolutely skyrocketing. I mean, we're looking at almost back-to-back days of 5 million shares borrowed, plus. That's 10 million shares over 2 days' time. I think they had 3 before that, so that would be 13 over 3 days' time. That's high. It's really high. The last time that we saw that, we had that run up from whatever $29 up to 48 bucks. So yeah. Coin, are you kidding? A nice I can't even say that word. What is that? Sativa? What is a sativa? I'm gonna have to look this up. I have no idea what that is. Oh. That's news to me. Sativa refers to tall, narrow leaf varieties of cannabis thought to induce energizing effects. You know, I'm a huge proponent for legalizing cannabis for medical purposes, and I definitely think that could help treat people who have attention deficit disorders. Actually, there's medical evidence out there to prove that there's plenty of reasons that can help lots of different people for many different reasons. Um, you know, it'd be nice if we could kind of move past that point of seeing it as a dangerous drug and something that we could use medically. I know that there was a guy here in Texas that I talked to one time who was an ex-vet, and they were using. I'm gonna get it wrong here. I can't remember what do you call it when it's just the not the psychedelic portion of cannabis, but it's the I can't think of what it's called. Anyways, the oils and whatnot. They would give these oils to these vets so that they could help them to sleep, and they were getting much better sleep. There's a lot of medicinal reasons why it should be legalized, and unfortunately, we're having a hard time with that. So, people just want to see CBD. Thank you, CBD. Yeah, CBD is it's helping out. It's helping out vets, and I'm sitting here going like, we have the ability to help people out. That's we should look into it, but it is what it is. Row 511 and 512. Citadel Clearing and Citadel Securities LLC is on the NSSE list. How did I miss it? Hold on a second. Let me check. Let me go back and check this. I still have it here. 511 and 512. I don't know how I missed it. I sure did miss it. See, Duncan, it's just bad. I can't, my eyes just don't see that kind of stuff. I don't know how in the world I missed that. It's so obvious. 511 and 512, Citadel Securities. Citadel Clearing and Citadel Securities both are on there. Yeah, Duncan called it. This is why I have a hard time going through and reading documents. It's really just difficult for me to focus. Yep, they're in there. Okay, where was the other one? Actually, we don't know if there was another one that was an American company. So wait a minute. So we've never considered this before. We've never considered the fact that there's companies who are involved in shorting the stock that may not be in the U.S. and covered underneath the NSCC. And if that's the case, what happens? What law is going to cause them to be able to cover? That's right, man. That's why I got you guys. Um, that's actually kind of scary to think about for a second. The idea that there's companies out there who are shorting the stock, who are not part of NSCC and are not therefore covered underneath. Um, I'm sure there's got to be laws or regulations that require them to be a part of something that ensures the fact that they will be able to cover. See, this is why I was saying back in the early 2000s, we need to get rid of this stuff. I don't know. I feel torn. I mean, I understand why hedging is there. It helps control the market and it makes sense. But it's at the same time, I feel like when foreign entities come in and they start messing with companies and their productivity and whether or not they can stay in business, that's dangerous. That's national security stuff right there. You got to be really careful with that kind of stuff. Um, you don't want China coming in, and I'm not trying to pick on China. You don't want any country coming into your country and telling businesses that they can't operate anymore because their stock is just upside down. It's bad. Anywhere you go, any country doing that to any other country is bad, period. And it shouldn't happen. So we broke out a little bit earlier than what I had thought of the wedge. $42. We're getting down there. 41.50 is the lowest I thought it would possibly go today. And I did think that we would close somewhere between 43 and 46 for the day today. So don't worry, Duncan. We're not going to move back into guessing prices until next week. Somebody came in earlier this morning and was asking what do I think it's going to close at today. And so I just threw out a random number of 43 to 40. It wasn't random. It was based off of technicals. But I felt like 43 to 46. I did feel like they might try to push it down to 41.50, but that we would see a later half of the day spike back up and get us back up into the 43 range. Although I want to see this week close out above 44. That's what I really want to see. I think that's going to be really good for us if we can close above 44. Are you guys... Is Reddit down for you guys? Anybody want to check it for me? Nope, I take that back. Never mind. We're good. I just updated it and it popped up okay. Fair adhesiveness 849 on Reddit posted, strange, we had a massive drop toward the max pain of 41 to 42. I mean, you had to see it coming. Of course, they don't want to lose on those short positions. They will try their darndest to get below 42, for sure. It's going to cost them, though. Definitely going to cost them. No 44.1. Oh, you would have gone 41.1 plus or minus the $1.50. 44.1. Okay. Yeah, I think I was kind of looking at it as like 44 and a half plus or minus $1.50, I think is what I was looking at. Basically I just kind of rounded it and went 43 to 46 and just made it simple. Okay, didn't quite make it down to 42.38. Our lowest low so far is 42.37. So this level of support is still holding. It hasn't fully recovered though. We'll have to see a couple candlesticks here heading up in the up direction before I would say that, we've got on the last downswing, we got 4 candlesticks before it started returning going down further. So we need a good 4 or 5 minutes moving in that direction to say that it's recovering from 42.47. Getting close to the end of the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and start refreshing some screens here. Every time I make these noises when I start refreshing screens, you know something's up. Grr. I didn't like what I just saw. Alright, let's take a look at it together. Alright, this is what I didn't like. Dark pools right here, right next to my finger. 60.58, it's dropping even further. So they're trading less and less. And what I would hypothesize is happening is that because the volume is dropping, they're having less and less people trying to buy shares right now, which means that we're probably only trading about 65% in the dark pools, which is a little bit lower than what I would have loved to have seen another 68, 69, 70% day to day. But because the volume is so low, my guess is that we're probably going to see here, and I'm going to have to go refresh the screen, but we're probably going to see that we're falling off on the trend list as well. Earlier we were in 4th place. I'll pull it back up here for you guys in just a second. We'll see where we're at. But my guess is that we're probably falling down. Okay, we're not, but I'll show it to you anyways here in just a second. Alright, so let's look at the rest of the stuff here. We got 4.77 million shares borrowed. That is slightly down from 4.79 from an hour ago. 18.73% estimated short share interest of the free float, which is it's way up. It's almost up a full percent from what it was at when we first started earlier today. Let's see. Moving on to highest levels of volume at $45 strike price. It's 36.1. That is up from 33.1. On the put side, highest level of volume currently at 43 still at 34.7. That is up from 28.3. I'll let you guys give everything else a good look there. Good, got it, great, moving on. Moving on to looking at popularity of a stock on Fidelity, we're 4th. That was where we were at about an hour ago. However, we have moved up 1%. We are now at 59% buys over 41% sells. I like 60 and higher, so we're doing good. We moved up from 58 about an hour ago to 59, so that's good. Where is Jimmy on this list? They were 22 earlier this morning. They've moved up to 13. Oh, that's a good move on GME's part. That's surprising though, considering the fact that I think they're losing so much today. That is very surprising. Let's see what's next here. That is not what I wanted. Stonko tracker. Still 1 million shares available to borrow, 5.5 in the ETFs. Don't let the fact that these numbers are increasing scare you. I know initially a lot of people, when they start seeing the available shares to borrow, that really scares them quite a bit. What you have to remember is that they still borrowed nearly 5 million shares today. Where are those coming from? In order for them to borrow the shares and still have these numbers remain the same, they have to find shares to borrow, right? So I wrote this down earlier this morning. The highest we have ever seen, the max out that we have ever seen in shares is 150, or available shares to borrow is 155 million. This morning they were at 123, so there's still plenty more shares out there for them to be able to find to borrow. Brokers will lend these out. Somebody wrote a post this morning about their eyes and ears bleeding when people say that. Brokers are definitely lending these shares out. You're fooling yourself if you don't think that's the case. As of this morning, there was 11.34 million shares remaining to be borrowed. We know that they've borrowed just about 5 of those. My guess is that because these numbers are increasing right here, that they've probably found more shares to borrow. So we're going to see utilization fall over the weekend. When we come back on Tuesday, we'll see utilization fall probably into the high 80s, 88, 89%. And that means that there's going to be more shares available for them to borrow. That's a good thing. It is a good thing. So seeing these numbers here high like this, don't be afraid of it. It's not a thing. It's nothing to be afraid of, for sure. Let's see. Calls in the money. Contracts 30.3 thousand are in the money. Puts out of the money. Options, there's 106,000 of them. Looking at the rest of the market, we are at 2,597 advancers to 3,996 decliners. I think that might be an improvement over earlier. Slight. NASDAQ is up 0.21%. Dow Jones is down 0.1%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.04%. Robinhood is down 2.23%. They are down $5 from their $4.50 from their original IPO opening price of 48. Amazon is down 0.06%. Cinemark is down 3.11%. Dogecoin is up 0.5%. GME is down negative 6.5%, and yet they're still moving up the trend list from 22 to 13. Way to go for GME. So they're finding volume. That's good. It's good to see that they're finding volume. AMC currently down 3.65%. $1.64 down. Where are we going? Let's see if this works. It's pretty close. I think I'll call it. I would expect this to happen. $42.62 seems to be a good level of support. I would expect to see us maybe come back down, retest that 42.62, and then break out going up. That'll put us breaking out at around that can't be right. Why am I looking this wrong? Oh, I know why. Okay, Eastern Standard Time at 4:15, anywhere between 4:15 and 4:25, 14:25, which puts us at 2:15 to 2:25 Eastern Standard Time. That's what I kind of expected. I expected to see a kind of an increase in price somewhere around, I think, 1 o'clock my time, which is right now. But 1:15 works too. Also, 2 also. I'm not sure which. I do want to make note of the high levels of resistance at 42.92. There's a $5,000 share buy wall. Oh boy, I'm so misspeaking today. Slower. Four 5,000 shares at 42.92. With another 5,000 shares at 42.96. So there's two sell walls there. So as we go up in price, we'll have those to deal with. 42.92 is actually this level of support right here. So once we do break out of this, heading back up to 42.92, pushing past that will be a little bit of resistance there. So we'll see if it can drive through there. Low volume is going to be tough. We're only at 39.68. 1 o'clock. Let's see, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. 4.5 hours. It's 270 minutes. We're on average pace for 57.3 million shares for the day today. That is our average. My prediction for the day today was 40 to 60. So we're now within my range. And I did say earlier, kind of midday today, that we would probably see something along the lines of 52 to 55. So yeah, that's probably going to be right on 52. Let's look on what it's probably going to be like. Yeah, it's crazy how you can predict the volume based off of the morning. Not always, not 100% of the time, but it is really predictable. I think that there's something to that, to be honest. I don't think it should be that predictable. I don't think there's any. Let me rephrase that. With a stock that's as volatile as this stock is, where you trade 2 times less than what the normal average is, right? So our 3-month average is 130 million shares traded, and today we're only at 50 million. It's like less than half. It should not be that easy to predict that kind of thing happening in the first couple hours of pre-market trading. It just shouldn't. It shouldn't be that simple to predict. And yet it is. So there's something going on there. I would prefer to look like an idiot trying to predict the volume every day than getting it right. How's that? I feel that way about the price. I feel like I'm an idiot when I'm trying to predict the price every day because I always miss that. And I'm okay with feeling like an idiot on the price. That's to be expected. Yeah, you can't, there's no way for you to be able to figure out the manipulation that happens. It's just so hard to predict it. But, you know, volume for it to be so predictable is pretty insane. It should be just as unpredictable as the price. All right, so we swung out of here just a little bit earlier than I anticipated. It looks like I was off by about 5 minutes. So we're swinging on up here. We're testing that $42.92. We're hitting that. We've hit the first wall and broke through it. We're now testing the 42.96. We broke halfway through that one, and it's gone. So it disappeared. It's going to allow us to continue to move up further. There is a new wall at 43.08. I will go ahead and delete this. Yeah, I'll delete it. Who was it that was saying I needed a little bit of, I can't even think of the name now. Stasis or something? What was it called? Oh, Sativa? Sativa. It's probably Sativa. Yeah. sometimes I wonder if it's like, because I know that I've heard things like, different types of cannabis will do different things to you and stuff. And oops. I sometimes often wonder, like, which one would work for me if I was to take it medically to help me with, focusing. And quite honestly, I think it would end up being the opposite of what you would think would work, right? You would think that it needs something that you're saying it would help me to, I guess it would help me to focus. I have a feeling it would probably do I don't know. I don't know what the reactions are to that stuff, but I have a feeling it would do the exact opposite. I would probably need something that would do the opposite of what we would think to make me focus. I know when I was younger, the doctors. This is the funny part. The doctor told my mom. He said, if you want your son to be able to focus better, give him a cup of coffee in the mornings and send him to school. And which is the exact opposite of what you think would work. But to be honest with you, caffeine works amazingly well for me. Have a little bit of caffeine and it helps me to dial in. I can't explain it. I don't. You would think it would make you jittery, and for me, it's exact. I actually drink coffee to go to sleep. It's the exact opposite. It's this craziest thing. Like if I want to go crash, I drink some coffee. It allows my mind to just kind of focus, maybe. It's strange. I know it sounds strange. My mind is all over the place, just completely all over the place. And the minute the caffeine hits, I'm dialed in. And so if I'm thinking about going to bed, coffee dials me in. It's like I'm going to bed. Okay. It's just strange. That and another thing that really kind of puts me to sleep real quick is a hot jacuzzi. Oh man, there's nothing else that puts me to sleep better. I think that probably goes for everybody though. Coin, when you said, I don't know if you're still listening, but when you said you'd be happy if Texas legalized it, I've been wanting this whole country to legalize it since the early 2000 or maybe even before 2000. I had this idea that the government could subsidize it and run it and use it to become debt free. I had this idea in like 1998, and I still think, you know, I don't know. It's such a controversial issue. I mean, I understand. I get it. I get it. There's going to be a bunch of potheads. It's going to ruin some people's lives, honestly. Like some people just don't. Some people have addictive personalities, and it can ruin their lives. It really can. Um, but at the same time, there's people out there who would benefit from it. So it's really kind of one of those issues where it's like, do you want to help some people out and hurt some people too, or what do you do? And it's just a really difficult topic. It's okay to tell everybody that they should just do their own thing. Um, but I feel like the government probably feels like they have to step in and control people so that they're not, bad for the society or a hindrance. I am curious to see what happens I don't know in states like Colorado or I actually don't know the order of the states that legalized, but I am curious to see after maybe like 2 decades, what kind of impact those recreational states um, start to have like genuine data to be able to look at to see like how it's impacts society. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, I'm still seeing a descending parallel channel here, and I'm going to be going to break soon, so I want to leave you guys with a little something to look at. It's just wider. It's a wider parallel descending parallel channel. It may actually break out here like right now. I mean, it might be using this 4292 as like a pivoting point to drive up off of and up and out of this channel. If it doesn't, then it'll do it down here, back at the 4262. So I know we had the channel down here, and I was using this point here and this point here to pivot off of, and then these 2 points down here. When it broke out of that channel, moving up right here, it just widened the channel because now we're pivoting off of these points here and here, and here and here. So the 2 bottom points still remain, but we're now pivoting off some of the earlier points in the day today. But yeah, I do think that we're kind of consolidating right down here, and we're going to probably push out. It's not really leaving you guys with much to see. We'll see what happens. Let me try one more thing here too before I go. That might be the path that we're going up. I don't really have 2 good touch points yet, so I doubt that's it, but you know, I'm going to put it up there. That might be the path that we're heading up. It's so busy. I don't want to leave all this junk on the screen here. I still got 4 minutes left. Yeah, I'm gonna delete this. All right. It's not a very good channel. I'm pretty sure this top point, you know, it doesn't have 2 touch points, so we could see you know, this drive up here, maybe touch a little bit higher or something, you know, and then I don't know. We'll just leave this for now. If we're gonna have a breakout of this, because this is a bearish channel, if we're gonna have a breakout, we'll probably see it at the next level of support. You know, somewhere around here. This is what we're gonna try to avoid. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave you with that channel right there. We'll see how it holds up here. Hopefully, we can get past this this little box right here. Because it's not. I mean, quite honestly, the volume's just so stinking low that it doesn't take much for this to just kind of turn around at any moment. So we'll zoom in on this a little bit here, and that's what we're looking at. All right, guys, I will see you back in about 40 minutes for the last hour of trading. See you in a bit. Alright guys, I'm back. Give me a second here real quick. I just want to figure something out. I think it's beer 30. I really do. Man. It does feel like beer 30. So we did run up kind of along this channel here, but we did kind of fall out of it as well. Got us back up to $43.30. Well, we almost made it up to 44 bucks, which is good. This is that late afternoon run up that I was talking about. I was hoping for a little bit higher. 45 would have been nice, so we had time to drop down a little bit, but we'll see what happens here. Let me kind of pull out. We'll take a look at trends real quick here and do a little bit of technical analysis. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but the amount of shares borrowed increased by quite a bit. Right as I had walked away, I refreshed Ortex data. Alright, so I'll go ahead and put you guys on the stats page. What are we missing? Dark pools should pop up here. There it is. Alrighty, let's take a look at this stuff. Dark pools, 60.17. It's pretty much staying there, so we're about a 65% traded in dark pools right now. That's good. It's pretty high. 7.24 million shares borrowed today. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is going to lead to a huge Tuesday, guys. It's just going to be huge. We haven't seen anything like this. We've only seen this a couple times. There's only been a very few times where we've seen that many shares borrowed and not impact the amount of shares that or the price of the stock. So I would expect that Tuesdays there's going to be a lot of movement moving upwards. So 7.24. That is up from 4.77 in the last hour. That's a big movement. Wait, what did I say? I gotta say that one more time. From 4.77 to 7.24. Wait, I gotta do the math. I can't math right now. 7.24 minus 4. So in an hour's time, they borrowed almost 3 million shares to 2.5 million shares, 2.47 to be exact. That's a lot of shares, guys. That really is a lot of shares to borrow in such a short period of time. But yeah, 7.24 for the day so far, and they're still not done. 65% in the dark pools. We're at 19%. Estimated short share interest of the free float is at 19.13%. Wow. Wow. I gotta pull this up. We gotta check this out. This is insane. All right, let's look at the options here real quick before I do. Man, I want to look ahead. Call options, 42.1 at a $45 strike price. That is up from 36.1. So 36.1 to 42.1. 42.1 for 45. I think that means that there are people out there who still think that we can hit 45 by the end of the day today. Excuse, end of the day today. See, if I'm gonna have hiccups and I'm gonna be having this indigestion, I might as well just start drinking. Let's see on the put side. $43 has gone up from 34.7 to 38.9. Not as much. Not as much. 38.7. No, 38.9. Okay. Let's move on to other stuff. Let's go back to the main screen real quick here. This is what I want to show you guys. Utilization. No. Estimated short share interest of the free float. 17. Back here in December, 19.64. We were like 19.37 and 19.64 before the big price rise. Just before it really started taking off, it was actually as low as 14.8. Remember what I told you was going to happen to utilization come Monday? It was going to drop quite a bit. Let's see, there's our utilization. It was 100% way back then, and it dropped all the way down to 96%. Went back up to 100%, and then it dropped even more. But that was due to the fact that there was share dilution during this period of time. That's why we dropped out of the 100 percentile range. Yeah, I think we're going to see utilization. Oof. I mean, it depends on how many shares they buy. They only had 11 million shares to borrow today, and they've borrowed 7 of them so far. If they don't find more shares to borrow, utilization is going to get pretty high up there. And if they try to find 11 million more shares to borrow, that's going to put them up to 133 total million shares available, and the highest we've ever been at, which 133 is where we'll be at with another 11 million. No, sorry, 134. That's really darn getting close to some high numbers, really high numbers. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that one. Crazy, crazy. All right, putting that off to the side. Did I refresh this already? I don't think I did. AMC, number 2, we're moving up the list. Number 2, most actively traded stock on Fidelity. We are currently at a 59 to 41% buy over sell. Good numbers. So borrowing shares, and yet these numbers still remain the same. So they're not borrowing from here. They're borrowing them straight from someplace else. Because we've seen the numbers going up, and these numbers are yet still remain the same. That means they're borrowing them straight from the brokers. Straight from the brokers, and they're not even hitting this page here. And it's been that way for a while. They're trying to make this look scary. They're trying to make it look like they've got a lot of shares to borrow, and they do have a lot of shares to borrow. They had 11 million total. If you add this up right here, you can probably figure out how many additional shares they found to borrow out there, because they only had 11. They've borrowed 7, so that leaves you with 4 million. But yet we have 5 here, 5.5, and another million. That's 6.5. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4. 5, 6. They've found at least 2.5 million more shares to borrow out there somewhere. So some brokerage is lending. In the money calls 35.7 thousand. Out of the money puts 111,000 contracts out of the money. 35 or 45. Let's go 45. Let's do it. Advancers 2,742 to decliners of 3,900. NASDAQ is up 0.24, Dow Jones is down negative 0.09, and the S&P 500 is up 0.07. Robinhood is down 1.93, Amazon is up 0.18. Cinemark is down 2.24. Doge is up 0.64%. GME is down negative 4.79. We're down negative 2.1. And if I had to guess where we're going, do you see it? Maybe this will help. How about now? Do you see it now? Little bit of a cup and handle. It's more of a V and a handle. Inflow versus outflow. Where are we at right now? $446 to 420, so 26-point spread. 26-point spread with a 2% down. Sounds reasonable. Where are we headed? Nowhere fast, I can tell you that. Volume is not increasing like it needs to. It's actually decreasing right now. If we zoom in on this, you can see the volume is it's decreasing. Last minute was 61,000. The minute before was 25,000, 67,000. So we're really not pushing where we need to get to in volume. But it is picking up. Right now, I would just look at $43.34 as a level of support. I don't really see any kind of specific pattern that I can draw out on. Yeah, I'd like to finish somewhere right. Finishing above this blue line would be ideal. 44.79. It's a tall order. We need to see volume pick up. Yeah, man. SI is still rising. It is. That short interest is a beautiful number. Put it back on the screen for you. $19.26. Oof. Man, and they just borrowed some more shares. 8.06. I can't keep up with it. If I had to guess, they're going to borrow all 11 million shares. It was 11.341 million shares that were available this morning. If they borrow every single one of those shares by the end of today, we'll be at 100% utilization, and all the remaining shares will be new shares that are available for borrow. That's a lot. This is summing up to, guys. All I can say is this is summing up to be an extraordinary Tuesday. Extraordinary. So extraordinary that I think I'm gonna dump the reserves that I have into this. I probably should have done it earlier today, but I mean, I just didn't see them borrowing this many shares. Getting in at 42.47 would have been really nice. Maybe about, an hour and a half or so ago, but wow. With the estimated short share interest of the free float increasing to what it's at right now, 19.26%. That's high. This many, it's been a while since we've seen 8 million shares borrowed in one day. The last time we did, we saw the run up from, I believe it was like 29-ish up to 48. I'm I'm trying to look to see what would be a good entry point for me for some of this money. I'm trying to decide if I want to help out with like a 44 push or just buy now where it's at. I'm going to let it play out for probably about until 2:30. No. 2:30 is when it's going to start kicking off. Typically it starts going down at 2:30 or 2:30 it starts going up like prematurely. If it starts to go down at 2:30, I might buy it at an opportunity as it goes down. I know they say slap then ask. Do I think it's going to go lower than 43.23? It's very neutral right now. Do you guys remember this new page? So let's see, on the left-hand side, you'll see spinning tops, confirmations. Okay, it's starting to spike up in price right now. It's in the middle there, you can see it. So this group of shares, or this group of candlesticks right here, I'm trying to find it on the pattern list on the left. I think I'm going to wait until the 44. I want to really help to try and push it up over $44 because I do think trying to get this over 44 bucks for the day to day is a pretty important fight to have. Sorry guys, let me do a little bit of work here. Message from Fidelity, we are not trading on September 6th. In case you guys didn't know. There's no trading happening on Monday. We have a day off. All right. So I got my order all set up, ready to go. I'm not telling you guys where it's at, but it's ready to go. I've decided. $2:30 is my dentist appointment. Contemplating a lot over $1. I can't help it. The thing is, I could buy right now at 43.54. But the thing is I really do. I save a little bit of money on the side every once in a while, for moments where I think that they're good pushes, things that we're trying to push for. I think 44 would be an amazing close for today. Anything over 42 is good. But I think 44 is ideal. That's a number that I've been pushing on everybody. I've been saying it over and over and over, and I'm holding a conviction to it. I do think $44 is going to be a good amount of pressure. I'll pull up the Stonko tracker over here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to pull up. That's not what I wanted to show you. I'm going to show you the options. The options in nice color blinding light. Let me fix that for you guys. There you go. Let's see. At a $44 strike price, the amount of open interest today, I'd love to see us get into the 45 range, but I don't know that we're going to necessarily get there. But at the $44 range, there's 27,000 open contracts at that price, and I know that people try, the only way they can really make the money, or they would have to buy the actual shares over 44 if we only close at 44.01. In order for them to be in the money, it'll likely have to get up to like $44 and 50, 40, 44.40, 44.50, in that range. And they would have to sell like right here at the end of the day, which I don't even know how easy that is to do, um, but I do see a fight for 44, and that's that's a fight that I probably want to push for. Uh, only because I really see a huge opportunity for Monday or Tuesday rather. Sorry, Tuesday. Tuesday, I think that there's going to be large movement based off of the amount of shares in the last 3 days we've had. Currently, what are we at right now? 8.13. So let's just add this up. Today is 8.13. Yesterday was 5.55. And the day before was over 3. I don't remember exactly how much, so I'm just going to put 3. That's 16.68 million shares borrowed in the last 3 days. Actually, I could have just gone straight to Ortex. I don't even know why I didn't do that. Let's just do that. We'll look at the exacts. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the 1st through the 3rd. $105.3 to 111.9. That's 6.6 million plus whatever we've done today, which is 8.13. So 14.73 million shares that have been borrowed in the since the 31st. So over the last 3 days. That's a lot. That's a lot of shares. That's almost averaging 5 million shares a day. We're going to see something big happen on Tuesday. I'm pretty confident of it. That's happened once before. Let's see, we had this run up right up here. Let's see, when we went up, what did we go up in price by? We opened at 35. Okay, see, on this day we opened up at, the close was 36.78. The next day the close was 44.26. So 36 to 44, almost a $10 increase in price. And the days leading up just prior to that, we had went from 105 to 109. No, 112. 105 to 112. So we've got more shares being loaned during that $10 increase period just before. So it may not be right on Tuesday, but it's going to be this next week for sure. I'm seeing a price increase coming. Yeah. All right, I won't tell you what price I got it at. I'll tell you when it fills. It hasn't filled yet. It won't fill because I don't have a limit order in yet. I haven't. I will be buying the ask price at the time, so it won't fill until I hit the go button. SKMC or 2/3. Oh man, I'm not sure if you're joking as if you're trying to say that you're waiting to put more money in so you can skip your dentist appointment, or if you're being serious. I can't tell with you anymore. You're too funny. I'm sorry your tooth hurts if that's really the truth. It sucks, man. I know how bad that is. Good news is you have it operated or you have it fixed, worked on in about 5 minutes if you're in the Central Standard Time Zone. Let's see if we can get an idea, because I think I see it consolidating here. Maybe we're looking at something a little bit like this. Nah, that means it breaks out like right now. Yeah, that would be like a breakout like right now. Well, maybe it does. Let's see what happens. Another wedge. This is like the third wedge today. Oh, 2:30. 2:30 is the time. I got you. 2:30 will be the time. 2:30. Yeah, this looks like it's consolidating right here, and it's just going to have another uptick, pretty much like it did back here. Of course, this is a wedge, so I can't say for certainty that it's going to go up, but it's kind of stair stepping its way, so it would lead me to believe that it's going to continue to do that. You know, one time, a long time ago, I think it was for, what battle was that? I think it was the, was it 801 maybe? I don't remember. I can't remember if it was 801 or a different one, but I was kind of new to the whole thing, and I think 2:30 rolled around, and I was like, I waited until 2:30. Now I'm gonna put in for it, and I put the money in, and I sat there and waited for like another half hour and watched it. If you guys lived through the 801 day, it was excruciating. We all sat there, and I actually remember laying down in bed with my wife, and we were sitting there just both looking at my phone, going, it was like watching the Super Bowl, like we were rooting for our favorite team. That last 30 minutes was so intense. I mean, it was crazy. It was really exciting, and we were just like cheering the whole time, like go, go, go. All we needed was like some snacks or something like that. It would have felt just like a Super Bowl. So here we are. We're indeed breaking out, heading up some more here. I think we're going to try to fight for 44. I do think it's coming. I'll tell you what, though, if this drives past 44, I mean like hard drives past 44, I'm probably not going to buy. Only because if it doesn't need my help, it doesn't need my help. I find very specific opportune times where I feel like I need to push. it needs my help kind of thing. You know, like this is the time where if you can help out, I help out, right? I save for those opportunities. If it drives well past 44 and just keeps on going, I'm going to sit here and watch it. I like saving this reserve for those big pushes, the ones that are really needed. That's not financial advice by any means. That's just kind of what I like to do. In fact, I wouldn't recommend anybody do that by any means. You do whatever works best for you. Okay, so we're pushing past 43.64, which was a level of resistance. Next stop 43.94. Basically 44 bucks. This is it. This is going to be I guess the push is starting at 230. That's a little early. Every time we ever push at 230, it's always too fast, too hard. And we usually tend to see it suffer a little bit, like the last, say from like 245 until like 255. And then we get like the very last 5 minutes. And it does look like we're making the push right now. I always liked running as the anchor and track. I like knowing how much of a deficit I have to make up. I remember one time, the very first year I ever raced track, I got put on the B team, and I was the anchor on the B team. And as the second to last guy was running, the guy who was going to hand off to me, the third position, this is the 4-4. What was it called? It was it was basically a mile relay. It's a quarter-mile relay, so every person runs a quarter mile. I can't remember what it was called. But anyways, 4x400, 4x I don't remember anyways. Uh, the second to last guy is going around the track, and he's coming around to the straight side, coming up to where he's going to hand it off to me. And as he's turning the corner, everybody else is already handing off. So I've got like a good probably 50 yards worth of distance to make up between me and all the other racers that were on the track. And I mean, talk about that sinking feeling where you're sitting there going like, "There's no way I'm going to ever make up a 50-yard difference." And but you'd be surprised. There is adrenaline kicks in, and you get pumped up, and you just run like a bat out of hell. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I won because I didn't, but you know, I did pass people. I did pass people. I don't even remember what position I came in, but it was comforting for me to know that I was able to still pass people with a 50-yard deficit. Don't ask me what my quarter mile track time was because I have no idea. That was like so many years ago. It looks like we kind of tested 43.80 a little bit, and then we're kind of coming back down. 43.64 is a support point for us since we already broke past it. But I'm not seeing any kind of support in the buy levels. So this is what I was talking about before. We may have started the kick up a little too soon. Usually 245 is a good time, although this is doing the stepping action. So we might be looking at another wedge. We'll have to see where it starts to turn around at. Maybe if I walk away and go get a beer, it'll start going up. Did I ever check RSI? I don't recall. Let's look at it real quick. On a 1 hour interval, RSI is at 45.33. It's pretty average. On a 30-minute interval, it is at 47.92, also average. And a 5-minute interval, 50 is average. 57.46, so it's a little on the high side, probably due to the fact that we've been increasing in price. It's not real high. I mean, it's only 57, 58. Anything over 60 would be on the high side, I guess. So there's definitely plenty of room for this to continue to move upwards. Inflow versus outflow. Let's see where we're at on that one. Boy, boy, this is really slow. What is the deal? My goodness. Weeble's having a stroke. I would expect to see it to turn around here in the next minute to get another stair-stepping action out of it. Oh, guess it's not going to do that. It's going to continue on down further. Alright, well, this is the breakout going down. Well, here's our massive head and shoulders. Inverted. Should be moving up now. You guys remember the smiley face? I know Chris is gonna pipe up in here any second. The good old happy face. Good old squinty eye for the win. The only problem with this is that I think that I've got it slightly off though because I keep. Well, I think this is accurate though. It's just that when you have these peaks upward like this, it's kind of deceiving because that's not exactly what it looks like. I'll pull it back over so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Right here. So yeah, this is it. It's just that this portion of it right here is kind of weird. Yeah, that's right. It's supposed to be more level, but I think it's okay to have altering shoulders just slightly. I can only imagine like people looking at my drawings and being like, "Are you serious?" It's like a big old no face. Oh man, it's been a long week, guys. It's been a long week. Traveling, jet lagged. I'm tired. I'm ready for a 3-day weekend. Are you guys gonna be able to handle it? 3 days? 3 days off. It's a long time. It gets tough. Have they borrowed more shares yet? 19.27. Let me refresh it for you. See if we get a different value. Yep, 19.51. It's still going up. 9.61 million shares borrowed. 9.61. That's up from 7.24. I can't deal with this. This is too much. 9 point. This is too much, guys. This is crazy. They're just. I mean, it's unrelentless borrowing right now. Unrelentless. Just. I mean, pure borrowing. They're trying to cover for failure delivers. It's not affecting the stock price at all. It's going to affect the stock price. But I mean these are the kind of numbers that when you get over 3 million and you see those actively used, that's when volume goes way up. And when volume goes way up, that's when the price starts going up. But we're not seeing volume affected at all from all these shares that are being borrowed, which means they're covering failure to delivers. Old ones. All right, here goes our price. Let's zoom in on it. We are officially down to the last 15 minutes. The fight's on for 44. Yeah, I see them. Big candles. Let's see, we got 232, 250,000. That's what I say we would like to see. We got two back-to-back 232,000 minute candles there. zoom in on this just a little bit more. 232, 230, 232.3, 232.7. This minute's still in the works. This has got to be. Yeah, it's outside the parameters for what would be considered normal movement. I can't even say it. Normal movement. This is way beyond, not way beyond, but this is beyond normal price movement right here. No sell walls, no major sell walls. So the price can continue to go up as long as there's buying action. Oh, sorry. All right, I'm just going to end the stream. You guys are like, no. Here we go, $44. This is a fight right here. It's getting close. There's no sell walls. There's nothing up there that would indicate that it's going to stop it from moving through 44. There we go. There's something. 43.99, 2,200. It finally popped up. Well, if I got to buy it 43.99, I will. I feel like I need some music in the background. Okay, volume, we got 232, 232, 162, 160, 147, 160, 178. So it's not maintaining the high levels, but it is definitely up there. And in the after-hour market, guys, the borrowing still does occur. So I'm trying to remember to refresh so that I have a more accurate number by the end of the day. This is where you guys find out what kind of person I am. Do I squeeze early or do I hold? I'm gonna give it a chance to break on its own here. I think it can do it. There we go. Now it's just a matter, we got to get over it, and it's just a matter of holding it now. 44.01. Here's where the real fighting starts happening right here. This is intense, guys. I'm sorry, I'm not talking. I'm watching very closely. Watching very, very closely. It's going to be a struggle. Yeah, 4407 is what I'm seeing on this wick here. It's still pushing up. We got some good movement going on. Volume's kicking up too. It's over 250,000 a minute. We've got 242 here and 364. Is that right? 364? Holy wow, that's good. Some good volume kicking in at the end of the day. We're really trying to keep this above 44. I can see it. This is good. I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing. 19.51%, 9.61 shares borrowed. That's still the same. Let me refresh it just to see. Yep, still the same. All right, here comes the pushback. See, I'm just going to kick back here and watch it. I'm going to be non-stressed because this is usually what I end up doing. I end up getting really stressed like way too early. Like this is way too close to the, I mean, we're not even close to the end of the hour. We still have plenty of time here. So I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch this. I don't want to squeeze off too early. And if I can save the ammunition for a later date or another time, I will. So my price prediction for today was 43 to 46. 44.50 was right in the middle. And that's what I was kind of guessing on. What was our... We opened at 43.60. I love how we're down right now, but we opened at 43.60. Go figure. Yeah, it is a steady climb. That's why I'm a little worried about the last remaining few minutes. It's gonna be close. Typically speaking. Oh, that's right. You did say 44.1. I remember that. Good job, Duncan. Nailing it. Coming back here, nailing it. Next week, buddy. Next week. Let's see. Oh, and we're not gonna do price predictions until like I start the show at 6 a.m. We're not gonna do them until they're not due until 8, so a half hour before market open. That way it gives everybody a chance to sleep in a little bit more. I don't think there's any need to rush them by 7 o'clock in the mornings. Just give everybody a chance to sleep in a little bit longer. There's guys over here. I know you're already awake, but there's guys over here who probably would love to have a little extra hour of sleep. Yeah, see, this is typically what happens. We get a strong push, get over the number that we're trying to hit, and then the last few minutes, it's a real struggle to try and keep it in there. We usually typically have whales that come in at the very last few minutes of the trading hour, who basically hit those buttons, those slap that ask buttons, and buy. I am saying ask. Sorry, it didn't come through. Sometimes the blind chicken also find the seed. Danish saying, not sure it works on English. Yeah, early bird gets the worm is what they say over here. Oh no, wait. Sometimes the blind, that's a little bit different meaning. Sometimes the blind chicken also finds the seed. And we have a similar saying. I can't remember what it is. Something about you can even teach a blind something. I can't remember what it is. Oof. This is going to come down to the wire. Crazy Pepe, you were saying, I think you wanted to say just let you know when it fills. Yeah, you were saying just let you know when it fills. It might fill during the outro because I'm gonna wait till the very last seconds if I have to. Man, it's so close. Look at the sell wall at 44. 1,900, 2,000, 2,000 at 44. Ooh, I'm so tempted right now. I wonder how much of this is going to carry into the aftermarket hours. Volume's starting to fall back off again. Oh, it's going to be a close one, guys. All right. I got to queue up the outro. I want to make sure it's all ready to go so I don't have to worry about it. I'm glad I checked it. Oh, that scared me. You guys didn't hear it, luckily. That scared the crap out of me. It's really loud in my headphones. Alright. Outro is ready to go. Outro starts in just less than a minute. Outro starts in about 20 seconds, guys. Crazy Peppy, I will have to probably type it in a text when it fills. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. No, don't have a good weekend. Don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. That's what I meant to say. I have really got to get better at that. See you guys later. Take care. I'll be in the comment section talking to you guys while this plays. Peace.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Chromebooks have the everything button.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.